Chapter 700. While betrayal, submission, and the verge of collapse played out in the Overwatch Council, the entire Jingdo was enveloped in a strange and oppressive atmosphere. It was impossible for the little court conference to be held again. Although the various ministries and yamens carried out their routine work, the shocking news coming out of the royal palace had long made the Qing officials tremble in their bodies and minds. No one had any thoughts on state affairs, and no one dared to whisper in the yamens. Occasionally, there would be officials who were on good personal terms who would meet in a secluded place and pass on the news they knew. The emperor had been assassinated. The heinous and unforgivable traitor was Director Qin. This news made everyone feel shocked and incredulous. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes. Other than feeling it absurd and shocked, these civil officials all turned their gazes toward the Overwatch Council. A faint worry rose in their hearts. They didn't know if the court would be able to control the council under these circumstances. Fortunately, news that calmed people's hearts came endlessly. At least for now, these officials didn't seem to have to worry too much. After the major incident broke out in the morning, the various ministers, dukes, and elders of the Hall of Governmental Affairs immediately rushed to the royal palace. After another few hours, these officials retreated from the royal palace and began to deal with state affairs anew, leaving only Hu the scholar to stand guard in the royal palace. The most important matter in the Qing court was the trial of Qin Pingping's rebellion. All the ministries and yamens were mobilized. This was the first time the civil official system had independently investigated such an important case outside of the Overwatch Council's eyes. No one knew how the various ministries and yamens felt. Other than sorrow and shock, did they feel much more relaxed. However, the emperor's edict was clear, urgent, and cold. The so-called trial was nothing more than a formality. In less than 4 hours, the various ministries and yamens of the Qing court, led by the Supreme Court, had drafted up reports on Qin Pingping's numerous major crimes and sent them to the royal palace. However, these reports were immediately rejected. It was clear that the emperor, who was still in a rage and had yet to recover, was not satisfied with the charges these civil officials had drafted. The emperor would not let Qin Pingping die easily and freely. Since Qin Pingping thought he was standing on a glorious and righteous stand to interrogate and seek revenge, then the emperor wanted Qin Pingping to lose all of his reputation and die with endless humiliation and accusations. It was not difficult to fabricate a crime, but to pin it on Qin Pingping made these court officials fall into a state of panic. However, His Majesty strictly ordered this, so no one dared to have any objections. They could only tremble and put all kinds of crimes of treacherous officials that had appeared in the history books on Qin Pingping. When the 13 crimes were finally sorted out, Qin Pingping finally became the most heinous and unforgivable traitor in history. A voice of approval finally came from the imperial palace. It was clear that Qin Pingping could no longer escape the crime of death by 1,000 cuts. Everything happened very quickly. Other than shock, all of the court officials couldn't help but have some suspicions. If it was truly a case of treason, once it was investigated according to usual practice, it would probably take a few years. If Director Qin was the main culprit, he would not be executed so easily. Furthermore, the officials involved in this case of treason probably numbered in the thousands. However, the injured emperor only seemed to be throwing his anger onto Qin Pingping alone and did not want this matter to be dragged into too much. Finally, there were officials who guessed the emperor's thoughts and couldn't help but feel a chill. The emperor hated Qin Pingping to the extreme, so he had to execute Qin Pingping openly in front of millions of people. The reason the emperor forced the entire court to speed up the process of this matter was because Qin Pingping not only ordered Qin Pingping but also represented the Overwatch Council. The new director of the Overwatch Council, the powerful Sir Fan Jr., was on his way back to Jingdo from Dongyi. If it was a normal official, the emperor would probably not care at all. He would even coldly and cruelly wait for his return and then have Chen Pingping die in front of him, once again touching his bloody heart. However, Fan Xian was not a normal official. The power in his hands was too great. It was so great that even the emperor had to consider it for the future of the Qin kingdom. Most importantly, he was the emperor's own son. Without killing Chen Pingping, it would be impossible to vent the resentment accumulated in the emperor's heart. However, the emperor had to finish this matter before Fan Xian returned to Jingdou and make these matters an irreversible reality. The entire imperial court was extremely busy because of the shocking assassination case that happened in the imperial study in the early hours of the morning. In the south of Jingdou, the Fan Manor with the stone lions by the door that looked down on the world with cold and disdainful eyes sank into a strange silence. It was just past noon. The news of the emperor's assassination had just gotten out of the royal palace. Chen Pingping had not yet been sent to the Overwatch Council's prison. An edict announcing eunuch, accompanied by internal guards and imperial soldiers, had already entered the Fan Manor through the middle door. There was no incense table or ceremony to receive the edict. The people of the Fan Manor eating lunch in the little flower hall immediately paled when they heard the eunuch's words. As the mistress, Lin Wan slowly rose. Staring at the eunuch, she said each word clearly, "Say that again." The eunuch knew that the emperor was waiting in the palace to be treated. Faced with Princess Chen's cold questioning, he did not get angry. Using an urgent voice, he repeated himself. A glimmer of fear flashed through Lin Wan's eyes. She unconsciously turned her head to glance at her sister-in-law beside her. Fan Ruoro's face was also slightly pale. Presumably, anyone who heard this news would show the same expression, particularly the women in the Fan Manor. Regardless of whether it was the emperor or Chen Pingping, whose life or death was unknown, their connections to the Fan Manor were too deep and tight. They could not be torn apart no matter what. Lin Wan knew what kind of feelings her husband, Fan Xian, who was not in Jingdou, had for Chen Pingping. However, the emperor was, after all, Fan Xian's father and her uncle. Fan Ruoro put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands and looked at her sister-in-law. Gently biting her lip, she did not say anything. Her fingers trembled slightly. Lin Wan's large eyes gradually calmed. She lowered her head slightly and asked, "Is the emperor in danger?" The eunuch did not know the inside story. He could not even enter the palace where the emperor was staying, so he could not say what was going on. They had only come under Commander Ye's orders and listened to the suggestion of the Imperial Academy of Medicine to invite, or escort the young lady of the Fan family into the palace to save the emperor. Hearing Princess Chen's question, he could only shake his head fearfully. Lin Wan glanced at Fan Ruoro. Fan Ruoro lowered her head slightly and did not think about anything. She stood up and lightly said, "I'm going into the palace." After saying this, Fan Ruoro left the dining table and followed the eunuch and soldiers out of the Fan Manor. Her medical chest was still in the Donbo medical shop on Dongchuan Street, so she had to make a detour there. Seeing her sister-in-law's figure disappear through the manor doors, a strong worry and unease rose again into Lin Wan's eyes. She said to the wife of the Ting family standing to the side, "Send a few clever people to wait outside the palace. If there is any news, quickly report back." Yes. The wife of the Ting family also knew that something big had happened today. Maintaining a serious expression on her face, she made a sound and prepared to turn to make arrangements. Then, she heard the matriarch's second sentence. "Have Ting Zijing come. I have something to tell him." The expression on Lin Wan's face was very cautious. Other than slight nervousness, there was more worry. She was deep in the Fan Manor and had no idea what had happened outside. She also didn't know what had happened in the royal palace, why the old director had suddenly returned to Jingdou, or what had happened between the emperor's uncle and the old director in the royal study. From the Jingdo rebellion 3 years ago, she knew that the cold emperor would not give the old director any chance to live. She also knew that if Fan Xian was in Jingdo right now, he would not just watch as this happened. Because she knew Fan Xian's attitude, she also knew that the Fan Manor's position in this matter was very dangerous. If they were not careful, they would probably be consigned to eternal damnation. She glanced at Cici beside her and quietly ordered, "In a moment, when Ting Zijing arrives, I'll have them arrange for you to leave the capital first. Take Shunning and Liangzi and hide in the country estate outside the capital for a while." Cici was not surprised by this kind of arrangement. After all, she was one of the 4 serving girls Fan Xian had personally raised. Although she had followed the mistress in the manor to deal with family and clan matters, she had not thrown away those sensitivities. In particular, Cici was no stranger to leaving the capital to hide. When she was pregnant with Fan Xian's first child, it was during a tense time of the Jingdo rebellion. Master Fan Jian had arranged for her to hide in Qin Garden. Qin Garden. Cici looked at the mistress and suddenly said, "The young master is indebted to the old director." Lin Wan sighed and gently nodded. "But, such a big thing has happened. Who can turn it around? Don't talk for now. Quickly pack up and leave the manor in a moment. At this time, the city gates should already be closed. Jingdo is about to be locked down. If Ting Zijing takes them, I'm afraid they won't be able to get out," Cici reminded. During these years, Fan Xian's wife and concubine had helped him deal with clan and family matters, as well as the details of the Jiangnan Hangzhou conference. The 2 women, one main and one assistant, worked well together. Their tacit understanding grew deeper and deeper. Lin Wan was the one who made the decisions, and Cici was the one who filled in the gaps from the side. Lin Wan had also given her own son to Cici to take with her. She trusted her greatly. Her brows furrowed slightly. "That is why we have to hurry." As she spoke, an Overwatch Council secret agent wearing black official robes appeared outside the flower hole. Earlier, Lin Wan had already secretly notified the member of the Qinian unit who had always been protecting her, so she was not surprised to see him appear. Slowly walking to the edge of the flower hall, she looked at him and asked worriedly, "You've heard everything. Immediately send someone to the outskirts of the Overwatch Council to see what is going on. Then, make arrangements to have Guard Ting take them away." The member of the Qinian unit nodded his head heavily. As a subordinate of the Overwatch Council, his mood was unusually heavy and shocked. However, he knew that the young madam's orders were unusually clear. The Overwatch Council was certainly heavily surrounded. It would be difficult to make contact with the council. He made a hand gesture behind him, and the member of the Qinian unit went to make arrangements. Lin Wan looked at him and said, "Send someone to Yanjing. If they meet Fan Xian on the road." Her brows furrowed. The member of the Qinian unit looked at her nervously, waiting for her final decision. "Tell him the truth." A resolute expression flashed across Lin Wan's face. "Just say that Director Qin is going to die." The person let out a breath and glanced at her gratefully. He then left to prepare everything. The interior of the Fan Manor became busy in an orderly fashion. Only Lin Wan was left alone in the flower hole. She thought about what had suddenly happened today. Suddenly, she felt a gust of cold wind blow in from all directions, making her shiver. She had already managed the Fan Manor's affairs for 3 years. In addition to managing the Hangzhou conference and clan affairs, the youthful Lin Wan already had the air of a mistress of the household. Clear and powerful orders were sent down. Everyone in the Fan Manor began to respond in an orderly manner. At the side door of the garden in the back of the manor, Lin Wan took the servant girl and her son from the nanny's hands. She gave the two of them a firm kiss on the cheeks and gave Cece a few more reminders before having the carriage move. Beside her, Ting Zijing lowered his voice and said, leaving the capital at this time might be a bit eye-catching. Lin Wan glanced at him. She knew that although this guard, who was loyal to the Fan family, had also been shocked by the assassination attempt in the royal palace, he still thought that her reaction was a bit too intense. She shook her head and said, although it's a bit eye-catching, it's best to leave as soon as possible. There was one thing she didn't explain to Ting Zijing. Although the Qinian unit had already sent someone to inform Fan Xian, the journey was long. By the time Fan Xian returned, Chen Pingping would already be dead on the execution field. Lin Wan knew the emotions hidden under Fan Xian's gentle exterior. Who knew what kind of intense reaction Fan Xian would have at that time? It was precisely because she had anticipated Fan Xian's intense reaction that Lin Wan's reaction appeared so nervous and urgent. Don't worry about this. In a moment, I'll personally go into the palace to take a look. Lin Wan nodded slightly at him. Ting Zijing sighed and bowed. He then chased after the carriage not far away. Lin Wan returned to the manor and, in the shortest amount of time, gathered all of the guards, servants, and people in the Fan manor. In a cautious tone, she told them what they had to pay attention to, particularly forbidding any private discussion. She was the mistress of the Fan manor. Although she had always been known for her simple-mindedness, her management of the family these few years had long established her prestige in the manor. With Jingdo in chaos, everyone knew that the Fan manor was also one of the centers of chaos. The servants all agreed in unison and did not dare to feign ignorance. Lin Wan's gaze slowly swept around and roughly calculated the power that could be mobilized in the manor. The Qinian unit did not leave many people in the manor. Most of them were the swordsmen and guards of the 6th Bureau. These people had to ensure the safety of the Fan manor, so it was not convenient to send them out. However, Dabao had gone to Old Lin Manor to bury crickets. Now that such a major event had occurred, she had to immediately send someone to bring him back. She immediately thought of another matter and gently waved her hand to summon the official of the Qinian unit. In a quiet voice, she said, "Send someone from the 1st Bureau as well. They don't need to do anything. Just maintain contact." Although the Overwatch Council's news had yet to come back, Lin Wan knew that given her uncle's imperial wisdom, that square and sinister building must be under the suppression of a powerful military force. However, the 1st Bureau was close to the Supreme Court, so there might be some loopholes. Everything Lin Wan did was actually just to prepare for Fan Xian. She knew that once Fan Xian returned to the capital, what he needed to know the most was the truth. Although she did not want Fan Xian to take risks or go crazy, if her husband was truly going crazy, as his wife, she could only make some necessary preparations for his madness. After making all of these arrangements, she ordered the Fan manor to tightly close the main doors. Other than when an edict personally arrived, all internal and external traffic was strictly prohibited. Only then did Lin Wan relax slightly. She sat in the carriage that had been prepared earlier and drove out of the streets in the south of Jingdo toward the vast and particularly austere royal palace in the north. Today, the imperial palace was heavily guarded. The density and strength of the imperial army's patrols could not be compared to the past. Everyone's faces carried a trace of nervousness and sternness. It seemed that even though the old director Qin was already seriously injured and captured, no one would feel relaxed. Lin Wan got off the carriage and came directly to the palace doors. She had grown up in this royal palace and was deeply loved by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. She was an anomaly in the palace. In the past, she could enter and leave the palace without obstruction. Now, she was forced to stop at the palace doors. The commander of the imperial army, Gong Dian, glanced at her with a complicated gaze. After he bowed to her, he said, the emperor has ordered the palace to be sealed today. Lin Wan raised her face. Her large eyes were calm and without any ripples. Without shrinking back, she said, "The emperor has been assassinated. I want to enter the palace to visit. Is that not allowed?" Gong Dian furrowed his brows slightly. The so-called sealing of the palace was actually a selective lock. Logically speaking, Princess Chen was the emperor's favorite niece. It was only right and proper for her to enter the palace. The problem was, the source of the chaos was the Overwatch Council. Everyone under heaven knew that Princess Chen was the wife of the current director of the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian. "I just don't know if the emperor wants to see you," Gong Dian said in a heavy voice. Lin Wan's heart tightened slightly. She knew what General Gong Dian's secret reminder meant. He was worried that she would enter the palace to ask the emperor for mercy on behalf of Qin Pingping. If anyone dared to ask the emperor for mercy, it would probably make the emperor angry, particularly since her identity was complicated. Once she opened her mouth to ask for mercy, it might instead intensify the conflict and make the emperor feel strange toward the Overwatch Council and even Fan Xian, who was not in Jingdo. She was silent for a moment. She then forced a smile and said, "I heard a few scholars are in the palace. King Jing has also entered the palace. I want to go in and see." After a slight pause, she quietly said to Gong Dian, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Gong Dian sighed and ordered the soldiers behind him to make way. After entering the royal palace, Lin Wan smoothly entered the rear palace. Her pace was fast. By the time she arrived in front of the emperor's bedroom, a few beads of sweat had already appeared on the tip of her nose. Her cheeks were slightly red. However, she could only walk to the bedroom. No one could enter. Lin Wan looked at the people around her and paused slightly. She saw Yi Guipin pushing the third prince's hand and looking at the tightly shut palace door with a face full of worry. The great prince's birth mother, Pin Ning, had a particularly cold expression. Accompanied by serving girls, she stood alone on the other side. King Jing stood at the palace door and was quietly saying something to Yi Zhong. On the right-hand side of the stone steps, the head of the court civil officials, who the scholar, had a heavy expression. Behind him were the other two scholars of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. He Zhongwei had already escorted Qin Pingping to the Overwatch Council, so he was not there. What surprised Lin Wan the most was that the former Grand Scholar, Mr. Xu Wu, who had resigned 3 years ago and only spent his time at home with his grandson, had also come to the main hall. His sunken eyes looked at the tightly shut door of the hall, maintaining a silence that was completely contrary to his violent temperament. Everyone saw that Princess Chen had come and each separated to greet her. However, Hu the scholar looked at her with a worry similar to Gong Dian's. It looked like these major figures of the Qin court were all worried about the same thing after this matter. They were worried about the Overwatch Council's reaction after the emperor executed Qin Pingping, particularly Fan Xian's reaction. Of all the people present, Lin Wan was the closest to Lady Ning. Ever since she was young, she had often eaten and slept in Lady Ning's courtyard. Seeing that Lady Ning's expression was slightly strange, her heart thumped. After bowing to the scholars, she came to King Jing's side. Ruoro has already been in there for an hour. King Jing seemed to know what his seemingly muddle-headed niece, who was actually as smart as her mother, wanted to ask. Dimly, he said, "Other than her, the emperor has not seen anyone else. Don't think about using the emperor's favor to barge in and ask for mercy for that old dog." The major figures present all had their own thoughts. No one noticed the conversation between King Jing and Princess Chen. After Lin Wan heard King Jing's words, her expression darkened slightly. She lowered her head and quietly said, "Is the emperor all right? A scourge lives for 1,000 years. How could he die so easily?" King Jing said in a low voice with a false smile. Lin Wan's heart jumped. She had not thought that King Jing would say such treasonous words in the royal palace. When she had entered the palace earlier, she had thought of seeing the emperor and pleading for mercy on behalf of the old director. Like Fan Xian, she understood the emperor's personality very well. She knew that at this juncture, it was impossible for the old director to escape death. On the way into the palace earlier, I received news that it was to be executed by 1,000 cuts. Lin Wan's face was slightly pale as she asked King Jing for confirmation in a trembling voice. King Jing glanced at her and said, "It looks like although the Overwatch Council has been temporarily abolished, Fan Xian has still left some people for you." "Not bad, my brother's meaning is clear." Lin Wan's voice trembled slightly. "Is there no mercy beyond the law? After all, the old director is not a normal person. I know what you're worried about and what those people are worried about." King Jing's gaze was muddy. He sighed and said, "That old dog has offended too many people. Do you think those civil officials are willing to ask for mercy from the emperor on his behalf? They are just worried that Fan Xian will go crazy." He looked at Lin Wan and shook his head sorrowfully. "The emperor is not seeing anyone. It is clear that he has already made up his mind. There were many ways to die." The figures who entered and left the royal palace did not care much about life and death because the coldness of the dragon chair had long made them aware of this. However, how he died was a very important matter. If Qin Pingping ended up with his reputation in tatters and a fate of being hacked to pieces, the resentment hidden within the Overwatch Council would be washed away by this bloody light. No one knew how chaotic the Qin kingdom would become. Chen Pingping's attempt to assassinate the emperor was, without question, a capital offense. If he was ordered to commit suicide, even if it was beheading or hanging, perhaps it would demonstrate the emperor's magnanimity and eliminate the violent currents this matter would bring. However, no one knew what kind of conversation the ruler and official had in the royal study that made the emperor show a rare resentment and anger. He wanted Qin Pingping to die in the most wretched state. Lin Wan listened to King Jing's words and fell silent. If the emperor could be slightly more magnanimous, perhaps Fan Xian, who was about to return to Jingdo, could accept it more. Of course, all of this was built in their imaginations. No one knew what kind of true reaction Fan Xian would make after learning of this matter. "Aunt Ning is a bit strange today," Lin Wan said with a slight furrow of her brows as she looked at the indifferent Pin Ning in the distant corridor. King Jing's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. There were many things that only the previous generation of the Li royal family knew. There was no need to tell these juniors and outsiders. He believed that Lady Ning had true affection for the emperor these years, but he also believed that, up until now, Lady Ning had not forgotten that old cripple. The sun gradually set in the west. It was already dusk. There had been rain in the morning, and there were still some water stains left on the stone tiles. The light gradually dimmed, but the water stains lit up like a lamp had been lit. The lights in the royal palace lit up. Although they could not compare to the dazzling beauty of the red clouds in the western sky, they were still particularly beautiful. The lights in the emperor's sleeping quarters were lit the earliest and had the most lamps. They were incomparably bright, shining through the window and illuminating the surroundings clearly. One could see even the finest hair. Lin Wan's heart trembled slightly. She thought of a few years ago when Fan Xian had been seriously injured and almost lost his life. It seemed that he had also been treated in this palace. At that time, the lights had also been as bright as today. The main surgeon had also been the girl inside. A drop of sweat almost dripped down from the strand of wet hair on her forehead. Fortunately, a serving girl at the side stretched out a handkerchief to catch it. The serving girl retreated with unusual fear, but Fan Ruoro's expression did not change. She continued to gently move the sharp surgical knife in her hand under the bright light of the room. This entire chest of surgical instruments was made by the palace treasury using the most advanced craftsmanship. It was the condensation of the wisdom of Yi Qingmei, Fei Jia, and later, Fan Xian and everyone else. Fan Ruoruo had also learned how to use these things from her relatives. Her years of bitter cultivation on Qing Mountain and her research into treating external injuries had finally made Fan Ruoruo a true good doctor and not the innocent little girl who had shakily pulled open a bloody wound on her brother's body. The bare-chested emperor lay flat on the hard couch with his eyes slightly closed. Fan Ruoruo was on his right-hand side. She carefully and steadily slid the small knife across his body. Where the knife pointed, the smooth skin split open. The charred hole opened up, and blood seeped out. Fan Ruoruo used her steady hands to reach in with forceps. She clamped down on a hard object and pulled it out forcefully. With a clang, a poisoned steel ball was placed on a flat plate to the side. There were already 7 steel balls on the plate. Up to this point in the operation, half the time had already passed. Fan Ruoruo took a deep breath and slowly activated the Tianyi Dao Jinqi technique that had just begun to appear in her body to help her calm down. Then, she looked at the emperor lying on the bed and said, "There are still a few pills that are very deep. It might be very painful in a moment. Does your majesty need to use some chloroform?" Chloroform was the most successful drug Fan Xian and the Third Bureau had made. It was indeed effective when used in surgery. However, Fan Ruoruo's words revealed a shocking truth. Had the emperor not used anesthetics from the start of the operation and allowed the sharp knife to cut into his body? Fan Ruoruo had used a lot of strength when she used the forceps to remove the steel ball earlier. However, the emperor lying flat on the couch did not even furrow his brows. It was as if he could not feel the pain in his body at all. The Qing emperor slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Fan Ruoruo. "Continue." His tone was indifferent. It was as if the body being cut open by the knife was not his, as if the life-eating steel balls were not deeply embedded in his bones. Fan Ruoruo nodded slightly. She held the sharp knife tightly and loosely. Lowering her head, she continued her work seriously. Her movements were natural as if there was not a glimmer of fear. Since the emperor had spoken, she was no longer worried that the emperor would not be able to endure the pain. It was as if under her knife, there was only a wooden man and not a powerful emperor who could kill millions with the flip of his hand. Looking at Fan Ruoruo's calm expression, the heavily injured emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to feel a glimmer of surprise. Calmly, he asked, "Did Enji teach you all of this?" Fan Ruoruo focused on the knife and completely ignored the emperor's question. The deeper meaning in the Qing emperor's eyes grew stronger and stronger. "You don't seem to be afraid of me." Fan Ruoruo took out another steel ball and dealt with the remaining iron sand around the wound. Only then did she quietly say, "Your Majesty is a patient. Ruoruo is just worried that you will not be able to endure this kind of pain and will interfere with the treatment. Don't worry, there were many fierce generals on the battlefield who scraped bones to remove poison." The emperor's gaze dimmed slightly. Slowly, he said, "In my life, the pain I have experienced is much more intense than this." These words referred to the first northern expedition when the meridians in the Qing emperor's body had all been shattered. He had experienced pain and suffering that no human could endure. Fan Ruoruo did not know about this. She was deep in thought and did not reply. The emperor slowly closed his eyes and indifferently said, "This knife is on my body. Tomorrow, it will be returned tenfold to that eunuch's body." After these words were said, the tip of the knife in Fan Ruoruo's hand did not tremble, but her body froze slightly. The emperor looked at her calmly and said, "Don't think about pleading for mercy for that eunuch later. It is a great crime for you to have such thoughts. King Jing, That useless piece of trash, Igui Pin, Lady Ning, whose Shu, Yizhong's daughter, accepts Fan Xian as teacher. Gong Dian has always admired that boy, and Yi Chen is also here. The emperor's expression was calm as he looked at her with slightly narrowed eyes. You are his sister. I am very curious. When did everyone around me become related to that boy? That was bestowed upon him by the emperor. Fan Ruoruo finally stopped the surgical knife in her hand and looked calmly at the emperor as the matter involved Fan Xian. I know what you people are thinking and worried about. Blood seeped out from the emperor's naked upper body. However, this great Grandmaster Emperor did not seem to worry at all about his life slipping away. I greatly despise this kind of worry. He is my own son. Would he rebel against me for a servant? The red candle flickered slightly, but the palace lantern remained bright. Fan Ruoruo gently shook her head and continued to cut and tear at something on this emperor's body. The emperor was only trying to convince himself that loneliness was a terrifying thing, particularly when he discovered that the people around him were more willing to be close to Fan Xian. This made him very uncomfortable. His hatred toward Chen Pingping was mostly because he was under the man's control. He suddenly realized that after all these years, he was still not as good as that woman. In order to prove this point, he hoped that Fan Xian, whom he trusted and doted on the most, could always stand by his side. What kind of emotion was this? Was it probably a need for self-recognition and self-proof? These words should have been the Qing Emperor's inner monologue in the book, but I believe that such a man would, at most, be subconsciously influenced a little. He would not allow such weak emotions to form a concrete picture in his mind, so it would not appear. I also did not want to write this as something omniscient and omnipotent, so I explained a little. Today, it is another 9,000 words. The main theme is reaction and signs. From tomorrow onwards, I will probably have to write 4 or 5 chapters in a row. It will be a serious show in the autumn rain, but I am already tired. Tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, I will write less because I have a great deal of distrust in my own abilities, so I have to be more serious and properly continue this story. In the end, I will sincerely call for monthly support from everyone. Although it is an old phrase and has no new ideas, it has an attitude. If I write less, it will still be called. I know I am serious, and everyone can see my seriousness. Chapter 701. The official yamens of the Qing kingdom could all be used to hold prisoners. In Jingdo, there were even more such places. Counting from the yamens of the Jingdo government, there were as many as 7 yamens that had the power to hold prisoners in Qing law. The criminals who were truly involved in court politics, as well as those who had committed the most heinous crimes, were often held in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, the walls of the Supreme Court, and the prison of the Overwatch Council. This was what the common people saw as an abyss and the so-called celestial prison that always appeared in books and stories. Ever since the Overwatch Council was built, this special organization directly under the emperor had played a powerful, sinister, and terrifying role in court politics. High-ranking officials who had been arrested were often imprisoned there. Powerful figures with unique skills were also locked underground for many years. The level of this prison gradually rose above that of the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. It became a true celestial prison. The celestial prison was near the Overwatch Council. If one walked out of the square and sinister building, one only needed to turn a corner to see the 2 heavy metal doors. Within the Overwatch Council, there were secret tunnels that led directly to the celestial prison. One only needed to walk from the large courtyard behind the Overwatch Council and pass through a small door to reach it. Regardless of which direction one entered the Overwatch Council's prison, the first scene one saw was a deep tunnel. The cells responsible for holding important criminals were deep underground and tightly guarded. There was no worry that something like a prisoner rescue would happen. As one went down the tunnel, the air became more and more stagnant, and the lights grew dimmer and dimmer. Although there was good ventilation equipment below, decades of dark and dirty air mixed together. It always gave one a strange feeling of terror and suffocation. Following the tunnel down to the deepest part, one passed through a few layers of common prison cells and arrived at the lowest cells of the Overwatch Council. The security there was the tightest. What was different today was that the expressions of the officials of the 7th Bureau responsible for guarding the Celestial Prison were unusually complicated. Furthermore, the entire prison was filled with aces from outside the council. For example, aces from the Imperial Army, the Dingzhou Army, and the Internal Court. What made one's heart beat faster was that there were 4 strangers wearing straw hats and hemp clothing standing coldly on either side of the path leading to the lowest level. No one knew who these 4 people were, but they could clearly sense the powerful auras flowing through their bodies. These 4 people were sent by the Emperor in the palace. The imperial criminal who assassinated the Emperor, Chen Pingping, was currently locked in the lowest level of the Overwatch Council's prison. Perhaps even this terrifying figure had not thought when he had set up this prison that he would one day be locked in here. The Emperor had remanded Chen Pingping to the Overwatch Council and not imprisoned him in the palace or placed him in a corner of the Supreme Court. His intentions were clear. If the Overwatch Council truly pitied him, the old director, and was willing to save him at all costs, then staying in this prison would allow him to see more clearly the thoughts of the officials of the Overwatch Council. If there were enemies in the world, then let them jump out a little earlier, a little higher. From the first day he sat on the throne, the Qing Emperor had acted according to this method, including the siege of Dong Mountain 3 years ago and the Jingdo Rebellion. All of them were like this. This method of self-confidence to the point of arrogance and paranoia to the point of inducement was probably something only the Emperor, a strange creature at the pinnacle of both worlds, would dare to use. However, the Emperor had not expected that the nether fire in the heart of the Overwatch Council would be extinguished by Chen Pingping, who was close to death, with one finger. Thus, the tens of thousands of Qing elite troops stationed outside the Overwatch Council were not of use. The aces forcefully stationed in the 7th Bureau's prison watched their surroundings warily. They still had not found any signs of rebellion in the Overwatch Council. The underground was damp and dark, but there were no traces of moss on the stone steps or walls. It looked like the 7th Bureau of the Overwatch Council had taken great care of this place. The light yellow, specially made oil torches were burning outside the cells in the deepest part of the prison, illuminating the netherworldly netherworld clearly. The lowest level only had 2 prison cells. They had been cut from the granite underground. No one knew how deep or thick the walls were. Right in front of the cells was a heavy metal door. Compared to the 2 metal doors at the entrance to the prison, it was not much thinner. This was the most sinister place in the Qing kingdom. Not many people had the right to be locked up here. Counting from the decades since the Overwatch Council had been built, only one person had been locked up in this cell on the deepest level of the netherworld. That person's name was Xiao En. He had been locked up for decades. Today, Chen Pingping was also locked up here. The metal door to the prison cells was not closed. The light from the fire shone in. One could clearly see all of the arrangements in the cell. There was a bed, a basin of water, and a few other things. It was not as one would imagine, with only weeds, rats, and mud. On the contrary, this cell was very clean. It was just too clean and simple. There wasn't even a cockroach to be seen. Chen Pingping lay on the bed and breathed slowly. His eyes were tightly closed. His grizzled hair fell messily to the side of his face. Although the wound on his chest had long been bandaged and healed by the imperial doctor, he had lost too much blood. It made this old man's face pale. His breathing seemed to be very laborious. Each time he inhaled, it made his somewhat shriveled chest like an aging machine. After struggling a few times, a a sound like broken bellows came from his throat. On the long wooden bench outside the cell sat 4 people in order: Yan Bingyun, He Zongwei, the eunuch, and the imperial doctor. These 4 people would continue to watch this old man. They would ensure that he would not die. They would ensure that he would not escape. They would ensure that he would remain in his current state of semi-consciousness and near death. They would endure until the court conference tomorrow, when his crimes would be decided. In front of the royal palace, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he would receive the emperor's anger. Yan Bingyun's face was slightly pale. He quietly watched the old man on the bed. No one knew what he was thinking. He Zongwei glanced at him with an indifferent expression. He was not very worried. At this time, the Overwatch Council's celestial prison was completely under the control of the military. Even if there were any unstable elements within the Overwatch Council, it was impossible to kill their way to the lowest level and rescue Chen Pingping without a leader. Looking at Chen Pingping's dying body, He Zongwei furrowed his brows and felt a glimmer of coldness. The beginning of this matter was because of his fear of Fan Xian. The conclusion of this matter had nothing to do with him. His thoughts were slightly perplexed and stern. He didn't know how long it would take for him to reach the end if he continued down this dark path. Even if he reached the end, would he be like the old cripple in front of him and still be unable to die with a full body? However, He Zongwei had to continue. From the moment the emperor took a liking to him and had him stand against Fan Xian, he could no longer retreat. That was why he had cried out in shock in the palace. He had to make sure that Chen Pingping and the Overwatch Council's crimes were real. Only then could Fan Xian, who would not return to the capital in the future, go crazy because of Chen Pingping's cruel death. All of the civil and military officials in the Qin court were worried that Fan Xian would go crazy. However, He Zongwei hoped that Fan Xian would go crazy. If Fan Xian was truly so cold-hearted and did not care about Chen Pingping's death and the humiliation the Overwatch Council had suffered under imperial power, then he would still be the insufferably arrogant Duke of Donbua, who stood above tens of thousands of people. Such a vicious and cold Duke of Donbua was not an enemy He Zongwei wanted to face. He Zongwei only hoped that Fan Xian was a hot-blooded young official and would not fall out with the emperor because of this matter. Only by standing behind the emperor would he be able to obtain a lifetime of glory, splendor, and wealth. Just as he was deep in thought, Yan Bingyun suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Scholar He, I wonder who those 4 people outside are." He Zongwei glanced at Yan Bingyun and shook his head. He didn't reply. He knew that he was talking about the 4 mysterious figures in hemp clothing and straw hats. These 4 people held imperial edicts. Their authority was even higher than that of the imperial army. They were responsible for guarding Chen Pingping. No one knew where the royal palace had suddenly found these 4 aces. He Zongwei didn't know either. Looking at Yan Bingyun, he began to think of other things. Back then, the emperor had brought in new blood for the court. The 7 gentlemen had entered the palace and received the emperor's careful instructions. Other than Qin Heng, who had been tragically stabbed to death by the Black Knight silver-masked Jing Guo because of his family's rebellion, the other 6 had gradually risen to prominence in court. These young officials were, without question, the emperor's preparations for the future. Of these 6 people, He Zongwei had the highest reputation and status. He was faintly the leader. Looking at Yan Bingyun's frost-like face, Scholar He felt a chill and faint fear in his heart. What he was most afraid of in his life was people like him, people who were good at choosing powerful factions and hiding themselves. Once they needed to act, they were particularly ruthless. Chen Pingping's assassination attempt on the emperor had long been prepared by Yan Bingyun within the Overwatch Council to deal with it. This reality shocked He Zongwei. He realized that this Sir Yan Jr. was also a particularly cold and unfeeling person. Furthermore, it was clear that he knew more about this matter than he did. In other words, the emperor's trust in him was faintly greater than his own. Yan Bingyun did not notice what the popular scholar was thinking. He only looked calmly at the old man in the prison cell with a complicated gaze. The old man had racked his brains and thought for the Qin kingdom all his life. He had spent too much effort. Additionally, he had fought desperately on the battlefield many years ago and suffered countless heavy injuries. Half his body had been paralyzed, and his qi and blood were blocked. All of these things added together made the Qin emperor's foremost strategist grow old particularly quickly. His face, covered in wrinkles and silver hair, appeared particularly old. The life engine qi in his body had long dried up. In the royal study, the emperor had attacked out of anger. Although he had suffered a heavy blow, he had still controlled his strength. But that blow from the green porcelain cup had already ended Chen Pingping's life. Without needing the imperial doctor to say anything, Yan Bingyun could tell that the old director's lifespan had reached its end. If it weren't for the precious medicine in the palace keeping him alive, the old director would probably bid farewell to this world before the execution field opened. As soon as he thought of this, a trace of sadness that was difficult to be noticed flashed across his eyes. The unconscious Chen Pingping's body suddenly moved. The imperial doctor quickly went forward to take his pulse. After a long time, Chen Pingping opened his eyes with great difficulty and looked around him. It was as if he wanted to confirm where he was first. His dry lips twitched slightly. For some reason, he smiled. Chen Pingping's gaze was very turbid. There was no longer any light in it. He glanced at Yan Bingyun coldly. Yan Bingyun also glanced at him. He was similarly cold. No one knew how much time had passed in the mountains or underground. No one knew how much time had passed, but the oil torches were still burning without regard for their lives. The people in the Overwatch Council's celestial prison, who had not slept all night, all felt a tiredness that was difficult to suppress after surviving the most tense night. He Zhongwei rubbed his eyes and unconsciously gazed out the window. He saw a stone wall. Only then did he remember how many feet underground he was. He smiled self-mockingly. The sound of footsteps came from the stone steps behind the prison room. Following these footsteps, the young eunuch announcing the edict came to the outskirts of the prison room. He Zhongwei's expression became solemn. The imperial doctor's expression relaxed. The expression of the eunuch waiting there tightened. Yan Bingyun remained expressionless. The people responsible for watching the imperial criminal Chen Pingping knew. The time had finally arrived. In the east, the red sun had already leaped out of the clouds and shone warmly on all the buildings in Jingdou. The group of people who had walked out of the celestial prison stood in the morning light. Each of them unconsciously narrowed their eyes. After a tense night, nothing had happened. Regardless of whether it was He Zhongwei, Yan Bingyun, or the imperial soldiers responsible for guarding, they all felt extremely tired. He Zhongwei gently waved his hand. Under the protection of hundreds of fully armored imperial soldiers, a black carriage stopped at the door of the celestial prison. Chen Pingping, still lying on the stretcher, was lifted up again. Yan Bingyun narrowed his eyes and looked at the brilliant royal palace. He knew that the court conference had already begun. The officials of the various ministries were presumably in Taiji Palace angrily denouncing Chen Pingping's treasonous behavior. The crimes the civil officials had prepared for many years finally had a chance to be placed around that old dog's neck. The imperial criminal Chen Pingping was carried out of the celestial prison and headed toward the path of death. The soldiers around him solemnly and nervously assigned the tasks of guarding. Yan Bingyun and his most trusted Overwatch Council subordinates were at the very back. Then, they heard a piece of news. The old servant who had been by Chen Pingping's side for decades and had driven the carriage to take Chen Pingping back to the capital had also been imprisoned in the Overwatch Council celestial prison last night. Knowing that the master he had served for decades was about to enter the execution field, the old servant slammed his head against the wall and killed himself in the cell. Fresh blood covered the walls. Hearing this news, Yan Bingyun's eyes became slightly wet, but he forced it down. Raising his face, he no longer looked at the royal palace to prevent tears mixed with complicated emotions from flowing down in front of so many people. He raised his head and saw countless rain clouds arrive out of nowhere. They quickly piled up in the sky above Jingdo and completely blocked out the red sun that had just risen. A patch of darkness enveloped the buildings and trees in the city. Another bout of autumn rain was about to fall. Chapter 702. The bleak autumn rain fell naturally. The green trees on either side of Jingdo's streets and alleys had not had time to dye their leaves yellow. They could only helplessly throw down a few fallen leaves to prove the coldness of the autumn rain and the strength of the autumn wind. The rain slowly moistened the earth, but it annoyed the commoners who worked hard to make a living in the marketplace. They didn't like the waves of coldness their bodies felt. The red walls of the palace did not feel anything. They did not know whether it was cold or warm. They only silently and indifferently welcomed the wash of the rain. The rain drenched the majestic royal palace walls, making the bright red color grow darker and darker. It was like a blood stain that was about to congeal. The deep palace gate was slowly opened with a creaking sound. The newly repaired brass nails on the big wooden gate were shining brightly. More than 100 officials walked out in a line with complicated expressions. Under the lead of the guards of honor, they walked along the imperial road to the depths of the square and lined up on both sides. These were all officials of the Qing court. They were responsible for all the affairs of the people in this country. In such weather and atmosphere, they could only be silent observers. The eunuch of the eunuch cracked his whip 3 times. Somewhere in the corner tower of the royal palace, there was a faint drumming sound. It made a buzzing and trembling sound and struck the hearts of everyone on the royal palace. The court conference had already ended. There was only one matter dealt with in the court conference. It was deciding on the crimes of the previous director of the Overwatch Council, Chen Pingping. Many Qing commoners gradually walked into the streets and alleys around the royal palace. These commoners wore clothes of different colors and carried different smells of nobility and commoners. Summoned by the drumming in the royal palace, they slowly walked toward the square in front of the palace. More and more people gathered. Gradually, they filled the entire expansive square. They were as dense as ants. Before the sky had even brightened, the Jingdo government and various yamens had begun to beat gongs and drums everywhere. They put up notices to inform all of the people of Jingdo of what would happen today. As long as the tip of the knife did not land on their bodies, these commoners were always interested in watching a show, particularly since everyone knew that the official about to be executed by the emperor was the mysterious and unfathomable director of the Overwatch Council, Chen Pingping. All of the commoners' interest grew even stronger. The Overwatch Council's reputation among the Qing people and officialdom was too resounding. Their image was too sinister and terrifying. Not many people had actually seen the old director in the wheelchair. Everyone surrounded the square. They wanted to see if this figure was truly as the legend said, with 3 heads and 6 arms, covered in black fog, and like a demon. Particularly since they knew that this demon of the Overwatch Council was not satisfied with the emperor's punishment and had deranged in the palace to assassinate the wise, martial, and benevolent emperor of the Qing kingdom. All of the people felt an anger from the bottom of their hearts. They wanted to see with their own eyes how this evil person would be burned into a puff of black smoke under the light of imperial power. For decades, the Overwatch Council had always been famous for being mysterious and sinister. Although it had always targeted the officialdom of the Qing kingdom, its actions were ruthless and its methods terrifying. Offending the civil officials meant offending the scholars and officials under heaven, as well as offending the opinions under heaven. Thus, the Overwatch Council's reputation among the people had always been terrible. In the legends of the people, the Overwatch Council was a sinister yaman that ate people without spitting out their bones. It was best at forcing confessions, extorting confessions, and killing people like scything flax. Perhaps the Overwatch Council truly had many methods that could not see the light of day, but how much of Jingdo, the Qin Kingdom, and the people under heaven knew? It was nothing more than a rumor. Although a dazzling Sir Fan Jr. had appeared in the Overwatch Council and slightly diluted some of the Overwatch Council's dark aura, he had only been in charge of council affairs for a short time. It was not enough to change the deeply ingrained impression of the Overwatch Council among the people. After all, there were not many things that the Duke of Donbua, Fan Xian, could change. The admiration and respect the Qin people and scholars had for Fan Xian was mostly concentrated in his personal image that stood in the clouds. Their opinion of the Overwatch Council had not changed much. For the people of Jingdo, the first bureau of the Overwatch Council had a more human atmosphere. However, they still did not have any good feelings toward that square and sinister building. On the contrary, they unconsciously felt a kind of fear. Was the continuation of this fear an unfounded anger? The legendary and terrifying head of darkness, Chen Pingping, was about to die in front of them. All of the people of Jingdo felt a faint glimmer of excitement and agitation. Perhaps this was just an emotion that the people naturally revealed. To be able to see a figure that only existed in legends die tragically in front of them in this life and to have more topics to talk about after drinking for their boring lives in the future, perhaps it was a good leisure activity. It was just like the spring examination incident a few years ago. At the entrance to the salt market, the heads of the officials of the Ministry of Rites had been chopped off and rolled around on the execution field. They had almost been snatched away by wild dogs. Just this scene filled up the boring hours of countless Jingdo's bitter people and sent down countless cups of murky, low-quality wine. Another example was the Jingdo Rebellion 3 years ago. It had also happened at the entrance to the salt market. Countless generals who participated in the rebellion had been beheaded there. Blood had dyed half the street red. A few days later, the stench of blood still seeped into the air. There was also the commander of the 13 city gate guards, Zhang Deqing. When he was executed by 1,000 cuts, his cries were wretched. During these 3 years, Zhang Deqing's death had enriched the lives of the people of Jingdo under the accompaniment of countless spittle. However, none of the major events that had happened in Jingdo in recent years could compare to what happened today. The person who died was the director of the Overwatch Council, the emperor's most loyal dog that everyone knew. However, this dog had gone crazy and was about to be slaughtered. Furthermore, the place of execution was not at the entrance to the salt market or the killing field in front of the Ministry of Justice. It was in the square in front of the royal palace. Since the founding of the Qin Kingdom, there was probably only one official who had been publicly executed in front of the royal palace. The people thought of this excitedly. They couldn't help but feel anger in their hearts. Who knew what treasonous things Chen Pingping had done to die in such a place? It wasn't that no one thought of Sir Fan Jr. because of the Overwatch Council. All of the people watching the execution had unconsciously forgotten this. They had never thought that Sir Fan Jr. had any connection to that old dog. They were just common people. They didn't know the entanglements between the people who ruled this land. Even if there were some clever people, they would probably think in a different direction. The Emperor had just handed the Overwatch Council to Sir Fan Jr. and was about to kill the previous director. Was it to help Sir Fan Jr. purge the past resistance and crimes in the Overwatch Council? Countless people surged into the square in front of the palace. Nervousness, indifference, excitement, and unexplainable sorrow wrapped in countless complicated emotions surrounded the small execution field. The surrounding imperial soldiers and bailiffs from the Jingdo government responsible for maintaining order forcefully blocked the tens of millions of people outside the borders, ensuring the silence of the execution field. the people of the Qin kingdom couldn't be blamed. They were used to knowing what they could know, giving up on what they could not know, enjoying what they could enjoy, and being angry at what they were allowed to be angry at. If the emperor wanted to kill an official, regardless of whether or not the official truly deserved it, they had already been taught that if an emperor wanted an official to die, then the official had a reason to die. If his crime deserved to die 10,000 times, they would die 10,000 times. The densely packed crowd was like an ocean, rippling on the flat square in front of the majestic royal palace. The area near the palace gates had been emptied. A simple wooden stage had been set up. This was the so-called execution field. Surrounded by the vast sea of people and the majestic royal palace, the execution field looked like a pitiful lonely boat. It was as if it could sink at any moment in the sea of people or crash into the unshakable rock of the royal palace and shatter into pieces. Following the empty space below the royal palace, a group walked silently and sternly. They passed the hundreds of Qing officials who unconsciously kept their heads down on both sides of the path. Under the curious and nervous gazes of the Jingdo people not far away, they came to the bottom of the small wooden stage. A stretcher was carried out from the prisoner carriage. On the stretcher lay an old man. He was unconscious. No one knew if he was dead or alive. He Zhongwei raised his head and glanced at the top of the royal palace walls. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Gently waving his hand, the stretcher was lifted onto the wooden stage. Finally seeing the official who was about to be executed today, seeing this legendary old thief in the darkness, the Jingdo people at the very front sighed with satisfaction and immediately became silent. They looked at the unmoving old man and thought to themselves, is this person already dead? 3 eunuchs walked out of the pitch-black royal palace gates. On the table in the hands of the eunuch on the left-hand side were the crimes the court had decided on. The eunuch on the right-hand side held high an incense table. On the table was the emperor's edict to execute Qin Pingping. The eunuch in the middle with an indifferent expression was Eunuch Yao. He did not come empty-handed. Instead, he held a small bottle. Everything on the wooden stage had been prepared. Qin Pingping's thin and weak body, which seemed to have no breath, was placed on the rain-soaked wooden boards. Eunuch Yao walked to his side and crouched down. With the help of the imperial doctor, he fed him a pill. Then, he carefully fed the soup from the bottle into the old man's dry lips. After an indeterminable amount of time, Qin Pingping slowly woke up from his unconsciousness. He had lost too much blood and his life was about to be extinguished. His face was very pale, and his eyes were muddy and lifeless. He gazed at Eunuch Yao beside him. His dry lips opened and closed slightly. In a raspy voice, he slowly said, 1,000-year-old ginseng, wasted. Eunuch Yao's body trembled, but he didn't say anything or do anything. Instead, he glanced at the old official with a half-crying, half-smiling expression and retreated to the side of the wooden stage with his hunched body. The moment Qin Pingping opened his muddy eyes, Yan Bingyun, who was standing on the execution field behind He Zhongwei's left, also trembled. He immediately calmed down and lowered his head weakly. Earlier, with just a glance, he knew how tightly guarded the execution field was. Putting aside the densely packed imperial soldiers all around and the internal court aces scattered all around, just the aces wearing hemp clothes and straw hats made Yan Bingyun know that no one could change anything today. Last night, there were 4 aces wearing straw hats in the Overwatch Council prison. It made Yan Bingyun and He Zhongwei feel a glimmer of strangeness. However, they both knew where these sudden aces had come from. Earlier, when the autumn rain had drifted down and the clear light had shone, Yan Bingyun's sharp eyes had noticed that none of the aces had hair under the straw hats. It looked like they were ascetic monks from the Qing temple who had been scattered throughout the world. However, not long after the great priest of the Qing temple returned from preaching in the southern frontier, he had died a strange death in the Qing temple. The second priest, Great Master Sanshur, had thrown himself into the Juanshan conference and died tragically in a rain of arrows outside Jingdo. He had been silenced by the eldest princess. The emperor had always looked down on Tianyi Dao and the ascetic monks of the Qin temple. Furthermore, the royal family had never had much contact with the Qin temple. Why had the ascetic monks of the temple suddenly appeared together in Jingdo, in front of everyone, and in the execution field where Chen Pingping was about to die? Yan Bingyun lowered his head and thought. It was not until now that he knew that the emperor had not only reached the peak of imperial power, but even the Qin temple had become a powerful weapon in his hands. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh faintly in his heart. Suddenly, a mountain-like cry rang out. He immediately raised his head in shock. A wooden frame was erected on the execution field, and Chen Pingping's skinny body was tightly tied to it. The old man's clothes had all been removed, revealing his pale body. Due to his many years of disability, the area below his chest and abdomen looked especially thin and small. In the cold autumn rain, he looked especially desolate and pitiful. The rainwater hit the skinny and lifeless body, then slowly dripped down, returning to the ground. The cry from the square earlier was the Jingdo commoners watching the execution finally seeing the raised torture rack and the treacherous official tied to the rack. Their cries exploded like a mountain, ringing out in all directions like a wave. However, this shout quickly turned into silence. The first to fall silent were the people closest to the execution field. Then, whispers and discussions spread from the front to the back. It didn't take long before it became a thunderous discussion. It was unknown if there was a deity in the heavens issuing an order, but everyone in the imperial city became quiet at the same time. The place where tens of thousands of people gathered at the same time became deathly silent. It was so quiet that the people at the very back could hear the rustling sound of the straw rope binding Chen Pingping's body and the wooden stake grinding against each other. Not only were these people shocked, but the imperial army, the officials supervising the execution, the eunuchs in the palace, and a small number of Overwatch Council officials all looked at the old man's body on the torture frame with shock. Tens of thousands of gazes were all on the old man's thighs. There was nothing there. The old director of the Overwatch Council, Chen Pingping, whose dark name was known throughout the world, was a eunuch. There was silence. Tens of thousands of gazes and countless emotions. Some were pity, some were disdain, some were shock, and some were loathing. Yan Bingyun's body finally began to tremble uncontrollably. He lowered his head rigidly. His eyes were bloodshot. He didn't know about the old director's hidden illness and secret. He only felt that those gazes were not only cast toward the old man's thighs on the execution field but also toward him and all the Overwatch Council officials. This was an indescribable humiliation. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips digging deep into his palms. He finally understood why the emperor on the imperial city had to carry out the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts in front of everyone. It turned out that the physical torture had to be accompanied by the mental humiliation. The emperor wanted to announce to the world that in his eyes, this figure who dared to betray him was only a servant and a dog. He could humiliate him however he wanted. He wanted to step on Chen Pingping's dignity and the Overwatch Council's dignity under his feet and under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Understanding all of this, Yan Bingyun's mind buzzed. He raised his head with unusual strength and met the old man's muddy and powerless gaze on the execution field. He didn't say anything or do anything. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the expressions of the court officials below the execution field were also very shocked. They probably would never have thought that the old director of the Overwatch Council they normally revered like an ancestor was the eunuch they looked down on the most. This was Chen Pingping's heartbreaking matter. This was Chen Pingping's secret. Not many people knew of his identity as a eunuch. Most of them had already died. Later, under the emperor's boundless favor and the powerful suppression of the Overwatch Council, no one knew of this reality. That was why these officials showed such a shocked expression. But other than shock, a sliver of disdain appeared on their faces. Human emotions were always this strange. Before the court had sentenced him and they had left the palace to watch the execution, these officials still had a solemn expression on their faces. They still maintained a trace of respect and fear towards Chen Pingping, who was about to die. But now, these emotions had all disappeared. Eunuch Yao accepted the scroll from the eunuch beside him and forced himself not to look at the old man on the rack beside him. In a trembling voice, he began to read out the 13 crimes that the court had decided on regarding Chen Pingping. The autumn rain hit the execution field. Eunuch Yao's heart was also incomparably cold. A kind of sorrow that was difficult to suppress began to rise in his heart. However, he had to continue his work. 1. On the 12th day of the 4th month of the 7th year of the Qing calendar, the traitors secretly sent drugs into the palace and caused chaos in the palace. 2. The traitor repeatedly instigated, using seduction to bewitch the emperor and enticing the princes with benefits, causing me and my son to turn against each other. This is a great rebellion. 3. The traitor used the Hanging Temple to have the head of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council plot to assassinate me. Afterward, he assassinated Commissioner Fan in Jingdo. 4. The traitor colluded with the rebel Qin Yi, stole military crossbows from the palace treasury, and assassinated the imperial envoy in the valley outside Jingdo. 5. The traitor used assassins to enter the palace and assassinate the third prince. The 13 major crimes were the charges drawn up by several major departments yesterday, but the first 7 were personally written by His Majesty. It was precisely because these crimes of Chen Pingping were read out at the court meeting that the ministers knew that the old director had actually committed so many treacherous and heinous evil deeds. Even the scholars Xu and Hu, who had been prepared to beg for mercy with their lives, couldn't help but shut their mouths with pale expressions. The last 6 crimes had been decided by the 6 departments. They were just crimes of taking land and bullying men and taking women. Compared to the 7 crimes in front, they appeared too common. However, no matter which one of these 13 crimes, it was a road to death. All 13 crimes added together, as Eunuch Yao's voice, forced out by his internal strength, rang out in the square in front of the royal palace and floated into the ears of all the spectators in the autumn wind and rain. The strange silence was immediately broken. Countless buzzing sounds of discussion and angry cursing rose in the sea of people. Originally, there might have been many commoners who had come to watch the execution nervously and with complicated emotions. As these crimes rang out in front of the royal palace, the gazes turned toward Chen Pingping became indifferent. Of course, the emperor was going to execute such a deranged criminal by 1,000 cuts. Kill him. Someone in the crowd took the lead and yelled. Immediately, the crowd became excited. The cries of "kill" rang through the sky. On the execution field, Chen Pingping's expression was indifferent. The 1,000-year-old ginseng soup had woken him up but could not save his life. It was as if he had seen through everything. There was only calmness in his indifferent and lifeless eyes. The autumn wind and rain were chilling and chilling. His face was pale, and his lips were black. It was as if he could not hear the deafening cries of "kill" in front of him. He only turned his head with difficulty as if he wanted to take one last look at the person on the palace walls who had always been victorious and always victorious. As if feeling his thoughts, the wooden frame turned slightly, giving his muddy gaze the opportunity to see the royal palace. On the tall palace walls, the Qing emperor, wearing a black and gold dragon robe, stood alone under the eaves, right in the center. There was no one beside him. The eunuchs and serving girls had all been chased far away. The third prince, who had been forcefully brought here by the edict to watch, was looking at his father's expression from a distance with a pale face. The emperor stood very high and far away. His figure was very small. However, in Chen Pingping's muddy eyes, he was still very clear. The lonely emperor looked indifferently at his old comrade surrounded by a sea of people on the execution field. There was not a glimmer of emotion in his eyes. However, this kind of indifference was more terrifying than hatred and made one's hair stand on end. Most of the steel balls in his body had been taken out last night. However, the knife wounds on his body were still bleeding and hurting. The blood stained the black and gold dragon robe, but nothing could be seen. The emperor's face was only slightly pale. There was no sign of pain. However, he looked at the wretched-looking old comrade at his feet and had the desire to make him feel even more pain. The emperor nodded gently. The third prince, who was about 100 feet away from him, had his hands on the wall of the palace. His face was pale, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the wall. After a long time, the third prince called out in a trembling voice, "Execute." This yell forced Li Qingze, a young man who had been cold and ruthless since childhood, to the verge of tears. He knew why his father had him yell this. The yell on the palace walls stopped. Eunuch Yao began to read the last edict. It was the edict the emperor had personally written last night. "I have known you for decades and have entrusted you with many responsibilities. However, you have deeply betrayed my heart. It is very painful, very painful. For all kinds of crimes, the 3 departments will jointly investigate. Death by 1,000 cuts. I do not hesitate. According to the law, family members over 16 will be beheaded, and those under 15 will be enslaved. Today, the crimes are only limited to you, and the rest will not be questioned." The edict spread clearly through every inch of the royal palace, every drop of rain, every wisp of autumn wind. It was indifferent and resolute. The emperor did not mention the crimes. He only said that his heart had been betrayed and that he did not care about the pain. He did not show mercy outside the law and did not blame the eunuch's family. The deep pain made one's heart palpitate and their emotions dim. These hypocritical words landed in Chen Pingping's ears. He only smiled slightly and allowed the rain to seep into his dry lips. He lowered his head and no longer looked at the emperor on the palace walls. The execution began. The fishing net tightly covered Chen Pingping's thin body. With great difficulty, he used the mesh to protrude the skin and flesh on his torso. A small, specially made knife trembled as it fell down and slowly cut down, separating this piece of flesh from the old man's body. This was the first cut. A mountainous cheer came from below the execution field. The blade of the knife left the mesh. A piece of flesh fell to the ground and was immediately picked up by an official of the Ministry of Justice. Strangely, the wound in the eye of the net was somewhat pale and dry, but not much blood flowed out. It was as if the blood in this thin and weak traitor's body had already flowed out, and his essence blood had long been sacrificed for something. The executioner holding the knife was an old official of the Ministry of Justice. Although he had already drunk 2 jars of strong alcohol, he still could not stop his hands from trembling. He felt that the thin old man under his knife was different from the officials he had encountered before. There was no blood in the other person's body. The other person had no flesh. It was as if there was only a wisp of a ghost in the other person's body. It was so cold that he couldn't help but tremble. The second cut came down. The flesh was separated. A few faint threads of blood flowed on the fishing net. Another wave of cheers sounded. There were still hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of cuts. Chen Pingping closed his eyes tightly. His face was deathly pale, his lips tightly pressed together, and his entire body trembled. It was as if he was enjoying this pain that no human could endure. He suddenly opened his eyes slowly and looked at the executioner in front of him. Panting, he said, "Your technique is a bit lacking." The executioner had never seen such a person in his life. He had already transcended the so-called toughness. There was only indifference to life, to his own life, and to pain. Perhaps there was something in this old man's body that surpassed pain. His hand trembled again and he almost dropped the knife onto the wooden platform soaked by the autumn rain. Another cut, and another cut. Waves of cheers rose and fell. However, these cheers gradually grew smaller and finally returned to silence. All the officials and people watching the execution closed their mouths and looked with complicated emotions at the old man being tortured. There were no wretched howls, no sorrowful wails, no pleas for mercy, no pleas for death, no random curses. The old man on the execution field in the autumn rain was only silent, deathly silent. So everyone in the royal palace was silent, involuntarily silent, deathly silent. Chapter 703. A few days ago, the last remnants of summer heat still lingered on this land. The first autumn rain had not had time to fall. Only in the morning and dusk did the wind under the dim sun have a clear sense of autumn. It passed through the hills, forests, and fields, and blew. At that time, Fan Xian did not have much of a melancholy mood. He sat in the long black line of carriages and grew sleepy with the rise and fall of the carriage. This sleep was fake sleep. He only closed his eyes and opened his mind, allowing the two completely different jinqi in his body to quietly nourish and flow through the two circulations of his body. Tianyi Dao's natural jinqi method was channeled into Zhou Tian. It was gentle and pure, and he had to read it. What he truly relied on, that powerful tyrannical jinqi, moved through every part of his body, strengthening his body and hammering his mind. The contents of the little booklet Sigurd Jian had given him before he died were also firmly remembered by Fan Xian. On the way west to the capital, while he continued to temper his cultivation, he also tried to continue following the mysterious instructions in the little booklet. He opened his mind and sensed the yuanqi fluctuations that might or might not exist in the surrounding air. Perhaps it was because he was tired from the journey or because there was too much spiritual energy gathered on the shores of the East Sea, Fan Xian did not make much progress along the way. However, the speed at which he moved his mind and sensed the changes in the outside world increased greatly. There was not a day that he did not meditate and not a moment that he did not cultivate bitterly. This was probably the true reason why Fan Xian had the strength and status he had today. A gust of wind blew into the curtain of the carriage and made him narrow his eyes slightly. For some reason, his heart trembled slightly and felt a chill. It was as if he felt that something was about to happen in the world, something that was destined to affect him. What could it be? He narrowed his eyes and looked at the dusky mountains outside. Slowly dissipating the jinqi in his body, he pulled his mind back from his surroundings. The Dongyi matter had basically been settled. His father had left Ten Family Village and returned to Danzhou. Jingdou was calm. Chen Pingping, that old cripple, should also be on his way home. Everything was proceeding according to the beautiful path that Fan Xian hoped for. Why did he have such an ominous feeling? Fan Xian's delicate and pretty brows furrowed slightly. After leaving Dongyi, the only thing that Fan Xian felt strange was the ambushes of the volunteer armies of the vassal states along the way. Although these hot-blooded people had come to assassinate a powerful official of the Qing kingdom with the intent to die, the defenses around Fan Xian were too strong. Additionally, the great prince had sent out a group of 1,000 people as guards. After a few days of attacks, the volunteer armies only left behind bodies and hot-blooded people before dispersing. What made Fan Xian wary was that the route of his return to the capital from Dongyi was very secretive. Even if someone found it in Dongyi, they would still need to know. If they wanted to, they would have these attacks and needed to set a powerful intelligence network. His heart jumped. He came to a cold conclusion. Someone within the Overwatch Council was sending intelligence reports to the volunteer army of Dongyi's vassal countries. This matter had begun after he had set a date to leave Dongyi. It looked like there were some powers in Jingdo who wanted to stop him from returning to the capital. More accurately, they only wanted to delay Fan Xian's return. What would happen in Jingdo? What matter had to do with him that they were determined not to let him return to Jingdo before it was over? Fan Xian's gaze grew cold. His body also grew cold. Unconsciously, he tightened the thin cloak around his body. There were only two people who could cause problems to appear within the Overwatch Council. One was the Emperor, and the other was Qin Pingping. Only these two people could delay his return to the capital. Without asking, he knew that what happened in Jingdo must have something to do with the Emperor and Qin Pingping. Fan Xian withdrew his gaze from the scenery outside the carriage window. He was silent for a moment. Then, under the pressure of his powerful worry, he made up his mind. To Mu Feng, who was riding beside the carriage, he ordered, "Change the formation. Use the vanguard to open the way. Along the way, don't delay with those people. Use the fastest speed to get back to Yanjing." Mu Feng's heart jumped. He thought to himself that if they forcefully charged all the way back, many people would probably die. The drawback of speed was injuries. He glanced at Sir Fan Jr. and knew that he must have smelled something strange, which was why he was in a hurry to get back to Jingdo. He didn't dare to ask. He quickly gave the order to advance at full speed to the long group returning to the capital. The sound of horse hooves was like thunder, and the sound of carriages was like metal. Just like this, they sped along the main road from Dongyi to the Qin Kingdom. After traveling for less than an hour, the entire group suddenly slowed down. A warning arrow rang out in front of them. These days, the group escorting Sir Fan Jr. was used to ambushes everywhere, so it was not very shaken. However, the warning arrow was strange. It only rang out once and then stopped. Immediately after, a loud cry endlessly rang out from the front and back of the group, "Safe." The Overwatch Council's cries for safe were short and quick. They were afraid that their colleagues behind them would accidentally injure the messenger. The messenger was too fast. It was so fast that the defense of the entire group could only glance at the token and not do anything else. Safe. When the last cry rang out beside Fan Xian's black carriage, a light gray figure also flew like a bolt of lightning to the side of the carriage. The group of carriages stretched on for a long time. This person's lightness was about the same as the speed at which an Overwatch Council official sent a message. It was truly shocking. As the leader of Fan Xian's personal guards, Mu Feng held the hilt of his knife warily and looked at the travel-worn and haggard Overwatch Council official who had just landed beside the carriage. This official's face looked unfamiliar, so Mu Feng did not dare be careless. However, when he saw the token the official had been holding high in his right hand, his heart jumped. He made no move to stop him from entering the carriage. The Overwatch Council official, whose clothes had been torn beyond recognition, burrowed into Fan Xian's carriage and directly knelt down. In a raspy voice, he said, "Director Chen has returned to the capital. It is unknown whether he is dead or alive." When this official's lightning-like and wind-like figure appeared beside the carriage, Fan Xian's eyes lit up. They grew brighter and brighter. He saw who the official with such swift movements was. It was the one he had missed for many years, the one he had been closest to in the past. Lao Wang. Watching the official enter the carriage, the light in Fan Xian's eyes gradually grew brighter and brighter. He laughed loudly. However, the laughter suddenly stopped because he heard what Wang Qinian said. The light and joy in Fan Xian's eyes quickly froze and became a ball of burning ice. It was terrifyingly cold and terrifyingly hot. Straightforwardly, he asked, "From where? When?" Wang Qinyan's chest rose and fell rapidly. As one of the two wings of the Overwatch Council, he had come from not far outside Dazhou toward the northeast. He had not rested for a long time and was completely relying on the breath in his heart to support his exhausted body. Now that he had finally seen Fan Xian, he was almost unable to hold on. However, he knew that the question Fan Xian was asking concerned when the old director would arrive in Jingdou and how much time Fan Xian had left. Thus, he gave the answer straightforwardly. Fan Xian sat silently in the chair and closed his eyes. He then opened them. He had already calculated the approximate date Chen Pingping would be escorted back to the capital, as well as the time he would need to rush from this place to Yanjing and then back to Jingdou. Would he not make it in time? The ball of cold fire in Fan Xian's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He looked at Wang Qinyan kneeling in front of him and didn't say a word. The glimmer of joy from their long separation earlier was covered by a powerful resentment. Fan Xian had personally arranged the guards for Chen Pingping's return. Under the watch of the Overwatch Council, how could they be taken back by the Emperor? Fan Xian had no idea that everything that had happened in Dazhou was only because Chen Pingping wanted to return to the capital. He wanted to go back and ask the Emperor a few questions. Time was pressing. It was as if the mountain fire had already reached his eyebrows. With a cold expression, Fan Xian said to Mu Feng, by the carriage window, "All troops return to Dongyi. Tell the great prince, unless he has a personally written letter from me, never come back." From knowing that Chen Pingping was returning to Jingdou to Fan Xian giving his first order, it had only taken a moment. Fan Xian's first priority was to deal with the problem of this large group. Following that, he had to guard against the great prince, who currently had over 10,000 soldiers in Dongyi, to see if there would be any problems. After giving the order, the people below him would be responsible for carrying it out. Fan Xian did not say another word. He took out a bag of clean water from the compartment of the luxurious black carriage and tied it to his waist. He then rose and took a deep breath. The black carriage suddenly disintegrated. The wooden wall in front of it that was not covered in steel was instantly shattered into splinters. A black figure swept out of the carriage like a bolt of black lightning. The tip of his foot pushed off the horse's head. His entire body shot forward diagonally. A tearing sound rang through the air. Fan Xian treasured every minute and second. The tyrannical Jinqi in his body had been raised to its peak. The magic he had just comprehended also helped his body become more like a bird in the air. Using the flow of the air to speed forward, he turned his body into a black shadow. Like a bolt of lightning, the tip of his foot stepped on the heads of the Overwatch Council officials and floated away. In an instant, he was at the very front of the group. This was probably the ultimate speed Fan Xian could display. In midair, he kicked the general the great prince had sent off his horse and snatched the best warhorse in the group. Immediately after, his finger swiped across and a clean steel needle pierced into the neck of the warhorse. With a flick of his finger, he removed the warhorse's mouth and fed it an ephedra pill. In this short amount of time, the Black Knight's horse-stimulating technique was miraculously demonstrated by him. Standing on the horse, Fan Xian gave a muffled grunt. The horse shot out like an arrow and broke away from the main group. In an instant, it became a little black dot on the road. In just a few hours, it disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. While they were shocked by the little duke's powerful cultivation, they were also extremely puzzled. What had happened in front of them that made the little duke so anxious? Mu Feng had received Fan Xian's order, but he did not understand it. Why did they have to return to Dongyi? He unconsciously glanced into the carriage. He had already guessed who the unfamiliar official with the highest-ranking token of the Qinian unit was. Sir Wang Qinian was a legendary figure in the Overwatch Council. Mu Feng wanted to find out from his mouth what had happened in Jingdo. When he pulled open the wooden plank, he found that Sir Wang Qinian had already used up all his strength and had fainted in the plank. It had only taken 4 days to travel from Dazhou to here. This was already a speed no human could achieve, yet Wang Qinian had done it. Mu Feng looked at this scene with shock and fear. Unconsciously, he raised his head and gazed in the direction Sir Fan Jr. had disappeared. He vaguely guessed that this was probably a relay race. Perhaps this was a race against the god of death. The icy and powerful autumn wind whizzed across Fan Xian's face like knives. The cold fire in his eyes had already faded. In its place was a frightening calm. He knew what he needed and what the old cripple in Jingdo needed. It was time, only time. He could not understand, nor did he need to understand, why everything, which seemed to be developing in a perfect direction, would suddenly take a sharp turn in Dazhou. He only knew that if the old cripple had returned to Jingdo, it must be because of that matter in the past. The old cripple was going to die. Time was still time, only time. It burned Fan Xian's heart like a mountain fire. It washed against his heart like fine sand in an hourglass. Under the stimulation of the medicine, the warhorse's hooves were like clouds. Its breath was like thunder. Under the stimulation of the medicine, it maintained its fastest speed as it galloped along the road through the woods. It pierced through the mountains and broke through the fog. Through the night, it rode a chaotic stream and moon until it reached Yanjing. For the entire night, Fan Xian did not dismount or slow down. Other than the water pouch at his waist to replenish some water for him and the horse, he did not do anything else. It was a long journey. It would take hours to reach Jingdo, so he needed more energy. The sky had just begun to brighten. Yanjing was already in front of him. In just one night, he had rushed back into the Qin Kingdom's territory. Fan Xian was already putting his life on the line. His speed was unbelievably fast. Even the volunteer soldiers lying in ambush on the last stretch of road had no way to react. They could only watch the dust on the road as a lone black rider galloped forward bravely. Fan Xian had to treasure every second, so he would not enter Yanjing. Regardless of whether or not Yanjing had received any secret orders from the emperor, he would not take this risk. He would not waste any time. The moment the majestic city came into view, he hooked one foot into the stirrup and took out the arrow of command from his clothes. Circulating the Jinqi in his palm, he pointed it toward the sky. With a bang, a beautiful firework pierced through the quiet morning outside the majestic city of Yanjing. The faint crescent moon in the distance was overshadowed by this firework. The rising sun in the east did not have the time to chase after this fleeting ray of light. Most of the people in Yanjing were still sleeping soundly. However, this was, after all, an important pass between northern Qi and Dongyi. The soldiers guarding the city reacted quickly. At the first instant, they sounded the warning gongs and drums in the corner tower at the top of the city walls. In an instant, the Qing soldiers on the city walls gathered together. Holding their weapons tightly, they looked at the warhorse and the person on it charging toward them. When Fan Xian approached Yanjing, he could clearly see the weapons in the hands of the soldiers on the city walls reflecting the morning light. However, there was not a trace of emotion on his face. His heart did not move at all. He only pulled hard on the reins of the horse and forcefully changed direction as it galloped. Following the direction of Yanjing's old and thick city walls, he headed east. The soldiers on the city walls watched this scene with wide eyes and open mouths. Immediately after, a wave of murderous horse hooves rang out like thunder. The temporary camp outside Yanjing was in a state of restlessness. At the same time Fan Xian turned east, the 500 black-armored riders in the camp had already made their preparations to attack. They charged out of the camp and met up with Fan Xian outside Yanjing's east city gate. The 500 Black Knights were within the Qing Kingdom's borders preparing to receive Fan Xian back to the capital. In the early morning, they saw the signal arrow that symbolized the Overwatch Council's most urgent order. In the shortest time possible, they reacted and came to receive Fan Xian. Fan Xian's speed did not decrease. He merged with the black torrent. His figure could no longer be seen. There was only the sweeping power of a dark cloud. Without any orders or words, Fan Xian's figure lightened. He abandoned the warhorse that had galloped for an entire night and floated onto the horse of the deputy commander of the Black Knights beside him. The deputy commander had long leaped onto another empty warhorse. The changing of horses was completed at a high speed. There were no obstructions. The Black Knight's riding skills were unparalleled in the world. The rumors were indeed true. However, the Black Knight's soldiers looked at the director's worried and cold expression. No one asked a question. They knew that something big had happened. Thus, they silently and valiantly followed Fan Xian's arrow and charged toward the plains in the east. With a sorrowful cry, the warhorse that had accompanied Fan Xian all night foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground, sending up dust. Its four legs twitched slightly as it died from exhaustion. In just an instant, all 500 Black Knights disappeared from the plains below Yanjing, leaving behind only this warhorse and a cloud of dust. The guards on the walls of Yanjing stared dumbfoundedly at the miraculous scene in front of them and couldn't speak for a long time. Of course, they knew the power of the Black Knights. However, after seeing it with their own eyes, they were still shocked speechless. Particularly, who exactly was that lone rider who had come first? When Yanjing Master Wang Jikuan learned of everything that had happened in the morning, worry appeared in his eyes. He ordered the entire army to be on guard and seal off the Qing Kingdom, northern Qi, and Dongyi borders. The Black Knights who had brought him endless confusion and shock, the Duke who had led the Black Knights to charge through the city, had long left the boundaries of Yanjing and stepped onto the true path back to the capital. They passed through province after province, encountering and breaking through obstacles along the way. They didn't waste a word with any of the local officials. They treated any of the Qing laws regarding the movement of troops as nonsense. Under Fan Xian's lead, the valiant 500 Black Knights reached Jingdo as quickly as possible. This was already a matter of a few days later. During these few days, the wild charge of the Black Knights had shocked countless officials and commoners. No one knew what kind of legend it would leave in the history of the Qing Kingdom. The Black Knights' thousandly surprise attack was the best in the world. However, in the past, this steel-like force of the Netherworld had only charged bravely outside the country for the benefit of the Qing Kingdom and the Emperor. This surprise attack in the 10th year of the Qing calendar was sweeping across the fertile lands of the Qing Kingdom. In the autumn rain, the Li Pavilion outside Jingdo suddenly trembled. A group of riders, like black iron and black clouds, whizzed past, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaves. Jingdo was right in front of him. Fan Xian, in the middle of the Black Knights, was already exhausted to the most difficult moment. He had not rested or slept for many days and nights. He had not eaten. He only relied on clean water to support his exhaustion. Only the cold fire in his eyes and heart stimulated the muscles of his body, keeping him from falling. He had to hurry back. He had to stop everything that was about to happen. You have to wait for me. There was a layer of sand on the outside of Fan Xian's black official robes. His face was also covered in dirt. Even his eyelashes were smeared with a layer. His lips were dry, and his eyes were frighteningly bright. The rain the day before had made this group of Black Knights appear unusually wretched. Even with the Black Knight's abilities, there were still people who could not keep up with Fan Xian's speed in this surprise attack through the heart of the Qing Kingdom and fell out of the group. If Fan Xian had not completely exploded out with his powerful cultivation, he would not have been able to support such a terrifying speed. In the rain the day before, there were finally warhorses that could not hold out any longer. No matter how much medicine they used, they could not move forward. Fan Xian had changed horses 10 times among the Black Knights and could not find any more. So, he had robbed a merchant group on the road and taken 30 horses. At Fan Xian's side, there were still 20 or so Black Knights. It was such a small group that made the ground outside of Jingdo tremble. It was like there was an irresistible army closing in on the heart of the Qin kingdom. The Black Knights came to Jingdo and charged straight for Zhengyang Gate. The Jingdo city gates were tightly shut. All of the defensive powers had been raised to the highest level. The soldiers of the 13 city gate guards and the riders of the Jingdo garrison were solemnly watching everything outside Jingdo. However, these dozens of Black Knights had come too quickly and decisively. They were so fast that the Jingdo garrison had no time to react before they arrived at Zhengyang Gate. When they were about 500 feet away from Zhengyang Gate, Fan Xian wiped away the dirty rainwater on his face. His horse did not slow. He shouted at the generals on Zhengyang Gate in a stern voice, "Open the gate. I am Fan Xian." Sir Fan Jr. had returned. The faces of the generals and officials on the city walls all paled. They knew what was happening in front of the royal palace in Jingdo. However, these generals had been ordered to defend the city because the palace was worried about whether or not the Overwatch Council would implicate the other powers in court. No one had thought that Sir Fan Jr. would suddenly appear at Zhengyang Gate in Jingdo. Regardless of whether it was the Qing Emperor, who used coldness to suppress his rage, or Chen Pingping, who had done everything he could to stop Fan Xian from returning to the capital, none of them would have thought that Fan Xian would rush back to Jingdo. The last time the Qing court knew of Fan Xian, he was still far outside the country and on his way back to Jingdo from Dongyi. Even if he flew, he probably wouldn't be able to make it back in time. However, what no one could believe was that Fan Xian had rushed back. Defend the city gates to the death. Archers, get ready. The commander of Zhengyang Gate was the first to react. The order he had received was to close the Jingdo city gates and forbid entry and exit. With a trembling voice, he looked at the 20 or so Black Knights coming closer and closer. It was like he was looking at an army about to attack the city. With a pale face, he gave the order. Even if Sir Fan Jr. had rushed back, he could not be allowed to enter the capital today, particularly today. Sir Fan Jr., today. The commander of Zhengyang Gate wanted to explain something to Fan Xian on his horse, but Fan Xian did not have the time to listen to his explanation. The warhorse beneath him did not slow. His gaze swept across the walls of Zhengyang Gate and saw the soldiers waiting in formation. His heart tightened. He knew that even though he had rushed back to Jingdo with all his might, he was still too late. On the horse, Fan Xian's eyes exploded with a cold light. He stared fixedly at the soldiers on the top of the city walls until they all timidly withdrew their gazes. The Black Knights came closer and closer to the city gates. Fan Xian raised his right hand and then chopped down forcefully. The 20 or so Black Knights behind him formed a triangular formation and slowed down, staying out of the range of the archers on the top of the city walls. The hearts of the people on the Jingdo city walls relaxed. Although the 20 or so Black Knights had a threatening aura, these people could not break through the city walls. However, if they actually faced the Black Knights head-on, who knew what would happen in the future? As long as the Black Knights stopped and did not attack forcefully, it would be good. However, Fan Xian did not slow down. He continued to charge in the direction of Zhengyang Gate. The 20 or so Black Knights behind him calmly took out the crossbows on their backs. Bang! 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 A concentrated sound rang out. The crossbows suddenly fired and shot grappling hooks toward the top of the city walls. With a clang, they firmly latched onto the bricks of the city walls. A dozen black hooks formed a bridge above and below the city walls like a net, a bridge that crossed life and death. These were hooks that the Third Bureau had developed many years ago. When Fan Xian had gone to Northern Qi as a diplomatic envoy, the council had urged him to use them. However, Fan Xian had his own life-saving tricks, so he had not used them. However, he had to save all his time and forcefully break through the city walls. Fan Xian had long made preparations. He rode alone to the foot of Xingyang Gate. As the autumn rain above his head gathered slightly, the black hooks flashed through the sky like countless shadows. Fan Xian gave a muffled grunt and forcefully suppressed the restlessness of his Jinqi brought about by exhaustion and exhaustion. Tyrannical Jinqi was released abruptly. Stepping onto the horse's back, he relied on the subtle feeling of the surrounding air flow to fly straight up. With a boom, his power was like a clap of thunder. Like a large black bird, he flew higher and higher in front of Jingdo's sinister city gates. Cut the rope! Cut the rope! The commander of Xingyang Gate yelled at the top of his lungs. He didn't dare have the soldiers shoot at the black figure because he didn't know if he would be executed by the emperor and his entire family if he killed Sir Fan Jr. The commander of Xingyang Gate was afraid, but Fan Xian was not. With an explosive roar, he forcefully raised the Jinqi in his body again. His fingertips touched the black hooks. His entire body floated up like a wisp of black smoke. Following the hooks, he swept toward the top of the city walls. One hook was cut through, and there was another. When a dozen hooks had been cut through at full speed by the soldiers of the 13 city gate guards, Fan Xian, covered in dust and exhausted, had already swept to the top of the city gates. There was a sharp flash of light. The Wei Emperor's sword he had always carried on his back was unsheathed. The tip of the sword pierced through the throat of the commander of Xingyang Gate. Fresh blood sprayed out. Suddenly, it swept back. The commander collapsed to the ground. Fan Xian swept past his body like a gust of wind. Using the price of 3 shallow wounds on his body, he broke through the valiant Qing army's defense on the city walls and flew down the long stone steps. The sword light flashed again. He immediately killed 3 people and stole a horse. Squeezing his legs, he followed the straight path in the direction of the royal palace. Fast. All of this could only be described as fast. It was faster than when he had dodged Wu Zhu's wooden stick on the cliff in Danzhou. It was faster than when he had broken into the royal palace and fiercely subdued the Empress Dowager. From the moment he learned of this news to now killing his way into Jingdo, Fan Xian had already displayed abilities that surpassed his realm. The fear in his heart made him unprecedentedly valiant and cold-blooded. Fresh blood was on his sword and body, but his expression did not change at all. He felt an unprecedented fear and panic in his heart. Looking at the situation in Jingdo, that person who should be waiting for him would probably not be able to wait for him. You have to wait for me. Fan Xian repeated it again in his heart. He allowed the autumn rain to hit his dust-covered face as he sped like crazy toward the royal palace. The royal palace was near, and the autumn rain was heavy. There were not many people on the streets. Where were the people gathered? Fan Xian thought with some confusion and fear. Then, he heard waves of cheers and then silence. A death-like silence. The people in Jingdo could not hear the silence. Only Fan Xian could hear it. He heard it with great fear. The people in Jingdo only heard the sound of hooves in the silence. Clop, clop, clop. The people only heard the sound of hooves in the silence. Then, they saw the Black Knight charging like lightning. They saw the tattered and dirty black official's robes in the autumn rain, and the stern and murderous face of the person on the horse. The people watching the execution on the square in front of the royal palace suddenly became restless. Cries of surprise and wretched cries rang out at almost the same time. The ripples at the back of the sea of people were chaotic. Countless people were trampled and injured. The lone rider did not slow down at all. Instead, he charged directly and coldly toward the densely packed crowd. Those who could dodge did so. Those who could not were sent flying by the horse. In the autumn rain, the horse's hooves were unusually cold-blooded. The sea of people parted under the fear of death. They squeezed to the side with all their might, opening up a path that led directly to the small execution field below the royal palace for the rider. The imperial soldiers closed in. Their long spears were like a forest, pointing directly at the rider. Fan Xian flew up silently and passed through the forest of spears. In midair, his sword was already in his hand. Like lightning, he slashed out horizontally. With a number of swishing sounds, he sliced through a number of long swords and knocked down a few internal court guards. He had already swept into the air above the execution field. No matter what he did, Fan Xian's eyes remained fixed on the small wooden platform. He looked at the bloody, dying old man tied to the wooden frame. Fan Xian's gaze grew colder and more resentful. Then, he heard the wind coming from all around him. Countless hemp-clothed shadows swept up and circled in the autumn rain like flying flowers, sealing off all of Fan Xian's paths. Fan Xian did not retreat or dodge. He received 3 palms on his chest and back. His sword also stabbed ruthlessly into the face of a hemp-clothed man, piercing viciously into his eye. Fresh blood and eye fluid spurted out at the same time and mixed with the rain. He roared wildly and slapped out with his left hand. It was very tyrannical. There was only the sound of his wrist bones cracking. The hemp-clothed man on his left was shaken until blood flowed from his nose, mouth. With a slap, Fan Xian's feet finally stood on the wet wooden platform. He had paid a great price. The injuries in his body exploded out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not care. He only stared in a daze at the old man on the wooden frame, the old man who had been cut countless times and exposed to the eyes of the people to receive endless humiliation. With just one glance, Fan Xian knew that he had returned too late. He had no way of letting the other person continue to live. His dry lips opened slightly. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. The autumn rain fell and landed on the bodies of the old man and the young man on the wooden platform. There was a deathly silence all around. All of the imperial army, internal court aces, and powerful ascetic monks of the Qing temple surrounded the wooden platform tightly. Under the suppression of Fan Xian's powerful killing intent and suicidal methods earlier, everyone's bodies were stiff. No one could take a step forward. Fan Xian walked forward with great difficulty. Pulling off the ropes, he held Chen Pingping's thin body in his arms. He took off his black Overwatch Council robe, which was covered in mud and holes, and covered his body. Chen Pingping opened his eyes with great difficulty. His old, muddy, and messy eyes shone with a pure light. He was like a child. The old man was like a child curled up in Fan Xian's arms. It was as if he was afraid of the cold. I came back too late. Fan Xian held the thin body and felt the old man's warmth slowly ebbing away. His heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of defeat, despair, and sadness. A hopeless and helpless struggle is perhaps a kind of tragic beauty. Yesterday, I said that I loved Chen Pingping. In reality, I have never loved Fan Xian. I will explain this to everyone in detail in the future. However, Fan Xian today is the day I love the most in his life. Sadly, it is also the last day he and Chen Pingping will be together. I wrote based on my emotions and moved with it, whether it was happy or sad. I wanted to say that I would write less these days, but I couldn't stop my fingers. This is probably the time I have been most invested in these days. This kind of feeling is rare. I should treasure it. Chapter 704. The early autumn rain grew heavier and heavier. When it landed on the ground, it created splashes. When it landed on the body, it drenched the lapels of clothing. When it landed on the heart, it was incomparably cold. The square in front of the royal palace was completely enveloped in the misty rain. All one could see was a wet world. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the small wooden platform in the autumn rain, looking at the two people on the platform. There was a deathly silence all around. No one knew what kind of emotion had infected and controlled them. No one spoke, no one moved. They just stared at each other, their gazes piercing through the heavy rain and focusing on the platform. Hundreds and thousands of imperial soldiers, internal court aces, and ascetic monks of the Qing temple stood nervously and solemnly in the rain like frozen wooden figures. In just a moment, a number of people had already died at Sir Fan Jr.'s hands. Most importantly, the rain was falling bitterly. They did not know what color of emotion flashed through the eyes of the emperor on the palace walls. Yan Bingyun had already recovered from his shock when he first saw Fan Xian's figure. He lowered his head and began to prepare for what might happen next. In a low voice, he gave orders to the most loyal subordinates at his side. These voices were covered by the rain. No one heard them. However, a few Overwatch Council secret agents wearing normal clothing had already begun to push their way through the crowd toward the execution field. Above and below the palace walls, the officials and commoners were all stunned by the scene of Fan Xian's horse's hooves trampling through the blood, drawing his sword in rage in the rain, and taking off his clothes to cover the old man's body. The first person to react was He Zhongwei, who had the highest position in the royal palace and was responsible for supervising the execution. When Fan Xian rode into the sea of people, he had already reacted. Using the fastest speed and the most inconspicuous movement, he quietly left the area of the small wooden stage and hid his figure behind the officials and guards. Separated by many aces, his gaze passed through the wet shoulders and straw hats. He looked at Fan Xian alone and wretchedly holding Chen Pingping's thin and weak body on the small wooden stage. A complicated emotion flashed through He Zhongwei's eyes. He just didn't want to die, but he had to kill both the old man and the young man on the wooden stage. There were still many people who did not want to die. On the wooden stage, Fan Xian's entire body emanated a frightening coldness. Even the cold autumn rain between heaven and earth could not suppress it. Everyone unconsciously left the wooden stage. Eunuch Yao had long retreated into the group. He didn't want to become the next straw dog the Duke used to sacrifice to Chen Pingping. Several corpses were scattered around the wooden platform. The color of the blood was quickly diluted by the autumn rain. The trembling executioner of the Ministry of Justice holding a sharp knife had become the closest person to the bottom of the wooden platform. He looked at Sir Fan Jr. on the stage and found that Sir Fan Jr. had his head lowered deeply and was holding Director Qin tightly in his arms. It was as if he could not hear any other sounds in the world. His heart was filled with shock as he quietly retreated. After only taking 2 steps, the executioner's throat snapped with a crack. His head fell heavily into the rain. The headless body also fell off the stage with a heavy thud. Everyone was shocked and focused on the stage. Only those with high cultivation could notice that in that instant, Fan Xian's hand had moved slightly. A black dagger flew out and landed in the rain. Fan Xian sat cross-legged on the wooden stage. He sat under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, but it was as if he couldn't feel any of their gazes. He only held Chen Pingping's body and buried his head very low, allowing the rain to fall on his head and body. His back view was slightly slanted and appeared very desolate. The old man's body in his arms was very light. Holding him in his arms was like holding a ball of wind that could disperse at any moment. Under his slightly messy hair, Fan Xian's pale face twitched slightly. Unconsciously, he stretched out his hand and grasped Chen Pingping's cold and old hand. He held it tightly, unwilling to let go again. The old man had experienced a great deal of suffering in this life. He had been disabled for half his life, and the qi and blood in his body had long been exhausted. When he was being cut by 1,000 cuts, other than pain, there was not much blood. However, the torture of so many cuts still caused the blood to pool uncontrollably. It soaked the black Overwatch Council robes Fan Xian had covered his body. It was sticky, hot, and scalding to the hand. In the autumn rain, Fan Xian gently held his thin and weak body, terrified of causing him more pain. He held his cold hand tightly, terrified that he would leave just like this. If you don't want to come back, who can make you come back? Why did you drag me to Dongyi? Fan Xian said in a low and raspy voice. His dry lips had been soaked in the rain until they were white and peeling. He appeared very pitiful. Who have I worked hard for these years? Who have I not wanted you old people to be able to leave Jingdo and live a good life? I have always worked hard, you know that I know everything. Fan Xian's head lowered even more and gently leaned against the old man's wrinkled cheek. His body swayed gently in the rain as if he was coaxing the old man in his arms to sleep. His hand suddenly tightened. The old man's hand gripped Fan Xian's hand tightly. However, all of his life force couldn't even hold one hand tightly. He didn't know whether it was because he couldn't bear to part with something or because he was afraid of something. In the wind and rain, on the ground, and in the water, he wanted to hold on to something. Like a knife slowly tearing at his heart, Fan Xian's entire body was cold and terrified as he looked at the old man in his arms. He knew that he could not hold on much longer. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on that hand until his fingers began to turn white and ache faintly. Chen Pingping's muddy and scattered gaze slowly moved through the rain. He saw the familiar royal palace, the sky covered in rain clouds, and the blurry figure of the emperor on the palace walls. However, he could not clearly see the person's face. Then, he saw Fan Xian's face beside him. A glimmer of a smile flashed through the old man's muddy but clear eyes. The old man knew that he was about to leave the world he had lived in his entire life. His eyes gradually dimmed. He could not clearly hear any sound between heaven and earth. The light in front of him also gradually transformed into strange shapes. In this instant, perhaps his legendary life flashed quickly before his eyes like a slideshow. The little eunuch, the East Sea, that woman, the Overwatch Council, the Black Knights, another woman, dead people, conspiracies, revenge. All sorts of scenes flashed before his eyes and formed a white line that no one dared to look directly at. No one knew exactly what he saw before he died and what he wanted to see the most. Was it the mud that had been kicked up by the fighting in King Cheng's manor? Was it the plum blooming in winter in Taiping Courtyard? Was it the little fish swimming freely in the shallow pond in the back courtyard of the Overwatch Council Square and Sinister Building? Was it the palace robes in the mountains in the north? Or was it the little boy in Danzhou who had entrusted all of his emotions and hopes for the second half of his life? Amidst the sound of wind and rain, Chen Pingping suddenly heard some sounds. It was singing. It was a graceful and familiar song. It was a song he had heard countless times in Chen Garden. Those concubines were all beautiful. Those songs were all beautiful. The old man had risen and fallen in the darkness all his life. He was cold and cruel, but he had the most gentle desire to collect and love beauty. If tragedy was to destroy the beauty of the world for others to see, then Chen Pingping's life was only to destroy what he thought was ugly and filthy. He threw himself into the ugliness and filthy and then looked at all the beautiful things from a distance. If I hear the sound of rain, who will be happy? After climbing mountain after mountain, there is a happy song in the rain. Hearing the song, my mood will be happy. This was a song that the women of Chin Garden had once loved. In the wind and rain, it once again rang out in Chen Pingping's ears. With difficulty, he opened his eyes and looked at the people in the world. Hearing this graceful voice, his bloodless lips moved slightly. It was as if he was singing along, but no sound came out of it. Chen Pingping suddenly looked at Fan Xian and asked, "Chest?" Fan Xian gave a very ugly smile and said by the old man's ear, "It's a gun. A firearm that can kill from a long distance." This was probably the last question Chen Pingping had in his life, so he asked it at the last moment. Hearing Fan Xian's answer, the old man's eyes lit up slightly. It was as if he had not thought it would be this answer. He was slightly surprised and relieved. A gurgling sound came from his throat as he panted hurriedly. A cold and proud expression rose to his face. "This thing. I also have it." Fan Xian didn't say anything. He just sat in the autumn rain and gently held him. He gently shook his head. He felt the old body in his arms grow softer and softer. The old hand he held tightly in his hand grew colder and colder. In the end, there was no longer any warmth. Chen Pingping died. He died in the arms of the little boy he loved the most in the autumn rain. Before he died, he knew the truth about the chest. His face still carried a cold, proud, and insufferably arrogant expression. Fan Xian woodenly held the gradually colder body. He lowered his head and pressed it against the old man's icy face. He quietly said a few words. Suddenly, he felt that the wind and rain that filled the sky were like knives cutting into his body. It caused him great pain and was difficult to bear. This pain burst forth from his heart and traveled to every inch of his skin. It was like a death by 1,000 cuts. In the end, it finally exploded out. On the little wooden stage in the autumn rain, a loud cry suddenly exploded. It was a cry that broke one's heart. It was a cry that tore at one's liver and pained one's lungs. It was a cry that was so sorrowful that the autumn rain didn't dare to fall. It was a cry that tens of thousands of people couldn't bear to hear. In the 20 years since his rebirth, Fan Xian had never cried to anyone. Even though there were a few times when his eyes were wet, he forcefully pushed them down. No one in this world had ever seen him cry. No one had ever seen him cry so thoroughly and with such sorrow. A myriad of emotions were all vented in this loud cry. The tears were unable to blur his face. They only washed away the remaining dust on his face that not even the autumn rain could wash away. Just like how the autumn rain could not be stopped, the tears could not be stopped either. Just like this, endless sorrow surged out of his eyes. The sorrowful cry from the small wooden platform in the execution field penetrated the autumn wind and autumn rain and spread to every corner of the royal palace. It pierced into everyone's ears and caused countless people to immediately feel grief in their hearts, a chill in their hearts. When this cry landed in some people's ears, it gave rise to a powerful sense of fear. Other than this, it was a clear signal. Old Director Chin had finally died. No one knew if there were people who secretly rejoiced or let out a large breath because of this fact. However, not a single official in the wind and rain showed any emotion on their faces. Perhaps sorrow flashed through some eyes. Most of them maintained their solemnity and slight nervousness, as well as a faint sense of loss at the bottom of their hearts. One of the pillars of the Qing kingdom had snapped. The civil officials, who had been suppressed by the Overwatch Council in darkness for decades and could not catch their breath, and who were like fire and water in the court disputes, suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. The ancestor of the Overwatch Council had died just like this. They seemed to find it difficult to accept this reality for a moment. In their eyes, it seemed that this terrifying figure covered from head to toe in black fog would never die. Countless people thought of countless scenes because of Qin Pingping's death. No one dared to deny the work Qin Pingping had done for the Qin kingdom over the decades of wind and rain. In this long scroll of history, the thick black ink used to illuminate the clear was this person and the Overwatch Council he had created. Without this ink, where would this long scroll have its spirit? When Fan Xian's cry pierced through the wind and rain and reached the top of the royal palace walls high above, no one noticed that the Qing emperor, dressed in dragon robes and imposing with an imperial aura, had made a very small movement. His entire body leaned forward slightly, only the distance of 2 fingers. A moment later, the emperor valiantly straightened his back again, maintaining the distance between his emotionless face and the execution field filled with the scent of blood in the rain. No one noticed that the emperor's hands, hidden in the sleeves of his dragon robes, were slowly clenched tightly. At this moment, he watched his old companion and servant, who had followed him for decades, die. The old man who had watched him go from an unremarkable heir to the most dazzling warrior in the world, died so decisively. What did the emperor think? What did he feel? Was it a kind of emptiness that came from the depths of his heart, or a kind of anger that even he could not explain and had no idea where it came from? At the top of the royal palace walls, Yan Bingyun lowered his head deeply, even lower than all the officials beside him. His body faced the direction of the execution field. Through the curtain of rain, he could still see Sir Fan Jr.'s indifferent and wooden appearance as he held the old director's body. His body trembled slightly. He thought of the words the old director had once said to him in the square building of the Overwatch Council. "One day, I am going to die. Fan Xian will go crazy." Yan Bingyun abruptly raised his head and took a deep breath. Wiping away the rain on his face, he continued to secretly give orders to all sides. The secret agents hidden in the crowd watching the execution could act at any moment. He wanted to compress the madness that could happen next into the smallest possible area. Of course, Yan Bingyun hoped that none of this would happen. The person had died. Although the death by 1,000 cuts had not been completely completed and the executioner had been cut in half by Fan Xian with resentment, there was no need to continue. The autumn rain continued to fall miserably, but no one left the square in front of the royal palace. It was as if everyone knew what was about to happen. The ascetic monks surrounding the execution field slowly approached the little wooden stage. The straw hats on their heads blocked the rain falling from the sky and hid the original expression on their faces. It was as if Fan Xian could not sense the danger below the stage. He just sat numbly on the wooden stage. He continued to hold Qin Pingping's body and did not put it down. His tears had already mixed with the rain and gradually stopped. Fan Xian suddenly stood up. However, his figure swayed slightly. It looked like these days and nights of traveling thousands of li had exhausted him. The anger and sorrow that pierced his heart made his state of mind show signs of exhaustion. However, the figure on the wooden stage swayed in the rain. This startled the hearts of the people around the wooden stage. They unconsciously took half a step back. Fan Xian indifferently held Qin Pingping's body and walked down the wooden stage. He didn't even glance at these people. It was as if they didn't exist. These people surrounded the wooden stage and waited for the order from the emperor in the royal palace. The emperor looked at the scene below the palace walls with a pale face. Complicated emotions flashed through his deep eyes. Starting from the Hanging Temple incident, his admiration for Fan Xian was built on the foundation that his son was a loyal and righteous person. Although he had not thought that Fan Xian would be able to make it back, he did not find it strange when he saw this scene. Even the emperor was not worried. In his heart, he thought Enji was a pitiful child who had been deceived by Qin Pingping, that old dog. Perhaps Enji still did not know how much Qin Pingping wanted to kill him, kill all of his sons, and cut off his line of descendants. When he looked at Fan Xian's desolate figure, the emperor could not suppress the sadness and anger he felt. He was hurt by what Fan Xian had demonstrated. He was angry that even though Chen Pingping, that old dog, was dead, he could still easily steal the heart of his favorite son. Just like that woman who had died many years ago. The emperor was silent for a long time. The injury that he had forcefully suppressed also gradually split open because of the agitation in his heart. Blood seeped out of his chest and onto the dragon robe he wore. It was particularly shocking. He shook out his sleeves and left the top of the palace walls with a cold expression. Below the royal palace, Fan Xian carried Chen Pingping's body and left the little wooden stage soaked in the rain and blood. He walked toward the west side of the square. His steps were particularly slow and heavy. Until now, he still did not glance toward the top of the palace walls. The emperor had already left. No one in the world dared to block Fan Xian's path. Everyone unconsciously opened up a path. The crowd was like the surface of the sea being cut open by a sword. The waves gradually rose and opened up a path through which reefs could be seen. In the rain, Fan Xian carried Chen Pingping and left. Who was a great hero? How could one be called a hero? This was a question that everyone had different opinions about. In this story, all the people who were loyal to their own way of thinking were actually extraordinary people. It just depended on how much they were willing to pay for this way of thinking. The more they were willing to pay, the more they were shocking enough. In particular, the word heroic was actually only heroic and did not involve anything else. When it came to men, one could not be called a man just because they had ***. It was also not possible to be spiritually impotent. Although Chen Pingping was a eunuch, he was actually an idealist. He was a simple person, a man with a gun. He was more manly than most men. The last sentence he said, "I have that thing too," was my opinion of Chen Pingping ever since I wrote this story. Chapter 705. The first 2 rains of early autumn came and went abruptly, with an inexplicable feeling. It seemed that the first rain was just to welcome Chen Pingping back, and the second rain was to send Chen Pingping away. When everything on the execution field in front of the imperial palace came to an end, the misty autumn rain stopped just like that. The dark clouds in the sky were blown away, revealing an extremely high, faint, and clear sky. Other than the wet rain in the streets and on the black bricks, everything returned to normal. The people of Jingdo saw such a shocking scene, but no one dared to discuss anything. They silently dispersed along the various streets. The officials in front of the palace gates looked at each other. They didn't know what to do next. The emperor had already returned to the palace. The little duke carried the old director's body and left. The rainwater flowing all over the ground did not converge into one, making them very confused. After thousands of years of traveling back to Jingdo, Fan Xian and the 500 Black Knights had already broken countless Qing laws and Overwatch Council rules. Furthermore, when he had broken into Jingdo, he had casually killed so many court officials. Additionally, he had caused a disturbance on the execution field in front of the emperor. Logically speaking, this was an unforgivable crime. However, the emperor had not spoken. Who could punish Fan Xian for his crimes? Who dared to punish Fan Xian for his crimes? Who? The scholar walked down from the top of the royal palace walls. Many officials bowed to him. This scholar had maintained his silence. He looked at the faint traces of blood on the wooden stage that had been washed away by the autumn rain. His brows suddenly twitched. Turning his head back, he saw the former scholar, Shu Wu, who seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant, leave desolately along the foot of the city walls. He did not greet these people. Who? The scholar's heart dimmed slightly. He knew he could not be controlled by such emotions. Sir, he had already entered the palace. He had to stay here and sort out his funeral. His gaze slowly swept across the faces of the officials of the 6 ministries, 3 temples, and 3 courts. Calmly, he said, "The great punishment has ended. Open the city gates. Everything will be as usual." Hearing these words, the officials in front of the royal palace involuntarily let out a big breath. They had been terrified about how to handle Sir Fan Jr.'s matter. Looking at the situation, at least for a short period of time, the emperor would be able to control his anger and not hand such a dangerous task to his officials to handle. Who the scholar did not care about these officials' reactions. His eyes narrowed slightly. He did not see anyone from the Overwatch Council in the 6 ministries, 3 temples, and 3 courts. This was normal. The heads of the 8 bureaus of the Overwatch Council were all locked up in the prison. Sir Yen Jr. seemed to have quietly left a long time ago. It was not only the Overwatch Council that had been controlled from the inside and outside. A heavy expression flashed through the scholar's brows. He knew that there were also people in the royal palace who had been controlled, such as Lady Ning and King Jing, who had risked their lives to ask the emperor for mercy this morning. They were both under house arrest in the royal palace, and their situation was unknown. Furthermore, after Miss Fan had treated His Majesty last night, it seemed that she had not come out. Thinking of these things and the tens of thousands of Qing elite troops still stationed outside the Overwatch Council, a chill rose into the scholar's heart. He knew he had to immediately find Fan Xian and say something to this little duke who had the power and courage to oppose the royal palace. The noon sun shone fiercely on the Lujing River outside Jingdou. The river water was clear and cold. It was only slightly warm, but no cheerful fog rose. Across the river was an elegant courtyard that stood aloof from the world. It had gray-white walls, green and yellow bamboo, and a threatening coldness. The water on the tiles had been left wet by the sun, but there was an additional sense of the summer heat of turning back time. In the stifling heat of early autumn, a black carriage sped past the bamboo sedan beside the Lujing River and stopped steadily in front of the courtyard. This courtyard had been Yi Qingmei's former residence, the place where the eldest princess had died, and where Fan Xian had once bowed to the river several times. After the Yi family incident, it had been taken into the palace treasury property by the royal family and became a courtyard. However, over the years, the emperor rarely came here. Furthermore, no concubine or prince dared to be so blind as to ask to temporarily live there. Thus, it had been empty for over 20 years. 3 years ago, when the eldest princess was planning the Jingdou incident, for some reason, she temporarily lived there for a few days. Because this courtyard was quiet and rarely visited, and because of the cold history it carried, it made everyone have the urge to keep a respectful distance. Thus, the internal court did not look after this place with much care or strictness. There were only 4 royal guards stationed there. Seeing the black carriage disregard the royal seal outside the courtyard and charge directly in, the guards' expressions changed. They walked forward, but before they could say anything, they were restrained by a group of people surging out from behind the black carriage. They were disarmed and bound. An Overwatch Council official walked forward and silently pulled open the curtain. The sound of footsteps rang out slightly. Covered in rain, the pale-faced Fan Xian carried Chen Pingping's body down from the carriage. The rainwater on his body dripped down his black clothes and the Overwatch Council uniform on the old man in his arms, making a pitter-patter. The door to Taiping courtyard opened. Fan Xian did not glance at his subordinates. Solemnly, he walked in. With a creak, the door closed behind him. The Overwatch Council officials immediately spread out and controlled all the important positions at the end of the bamboo bridge. They watched their surroundings cautiously. After a while, a hurried and slightly chaotic sound of hooves rang out. Hundreds of exhausted black riders rode over along the road on the other side of the Lujing River. Immediately after, another thunderous sound of hooves stopped a bit further away. No one knew if it was the Jingdo garrison or the Imperial Army. Finally, a black carriage drove over and stopped on the other side of the bamboo bridge. An official with a frosty expression stepped out of the carriage. It was Yan Bingyun. He did not cross the bridge. He only looked calmly at the Overwatch Council officials at the other end of the bridge. Other than a few members of the Qinian unit scattered throughout Jingdo, most of the Overwatch Council officials who had followed Fan Xian to Taiping Courtyard were officials of the First Bureau. With the help of the palace, Yan Bingyun temporarily controlled the situation in the square and sinister building of the Overwatch Council. However, he was unable to control all 8 bureaus of the Overwatch Council, particularly the First Bureau. Fan Xian had once been powerful and impressive in the First Bureau. The officials of the First Bureau all treated Fan Xian like an ancestor. Not long after the curtain fell on the show in front of the royal palace and Fan Xian left the square in front of the palace with Chen Pingping's body, an official of the First Bureau drove a black carriage to receive him. Yan Bingyun narrowed his eyes and looked at his colleagues at the other end of the bridge. He did not feel anything strange about the high prestige Fan Xian had in the council, particularly in the First Bureau. He only felt it was strange. The emperor had also sent people to keep an eye on the First Bureau. News did not flow smoothly. Fan Xian had just returned to Jingdo. How did these First Bureau officials know? Furthermore, they had so coincidentally received him. This was truly puzzling. Yan Bingyun did not know that the young mistress of the Fan Manor had reacted as soon as the news of Chen Pingping's attempt to assassinate the emperor came out. She had already made preparations for her husband and had secretly maintained contact with the First Bureau the entire time. When Fan Xian rode alone into the execution field, the people of the First Bureau had already begun to move. As for the hundreds of exhausted Black Knights who could not be underestimated, they had received Fan Xian's earlier orders and were set to gather at Taiping Courtyard. Before Fan Xian entered the capital, he had thought it through. Regardless of whether or not he could save the old cripple, he and these people would probably have to meet at Taiping Courtyard. Yan Bingyun stood at the head of the bridge in silence for a long time. He tidied up his wet official robes and walked toward the bridge alone. The creaking sound continued. He finally reached the other end of the bridge. Under the wary, hateful, and disdainful gazes of the First Bureau officials and secret agents, he bowed and said in a heavy voice, "Yan Bingyun of the Fourth Bureau requests an audience with the director." Fan Xian didn't know that Yan Bingyun had already appeared outside Taiping Courtyard. He was certain that someone was coming to see him and persuade him. He could even accurately understand how many people followed behind him as he walked out of Jingdo step by step. How many of the Qing Kingdom's elite troops were gathered outside Taiping Courtyard, waiting for the success of his persuasion. Whether it was successful or not, this was all the emperor's will, right? He didn't think about this and couldn't be bothered to think about it. He only felt very tired and exhausted. His body was very empty. The jinqi that was usually as abundant as mountains and rivers seemed to have been spat out in that cry earlier. The turbid air in his chest had been spat out, and the jinqi had also been spat out. All that was left was emptiness. Fan Xian felt that his footsteps had never been as heavy as they were today. His body had never been as weak as it was today. The old man in his arms was clearly very light, but why was he becoming heavier and heavier? So heavy that he almost couldn't hold him anymore. His slightly damp hair fell on his forehead. He carried Chen Pingping across the grass, past the flowering tree and the little lake. He came to a secluded place. There were flowers on the wall. He gently plucked a small yellow flower that was curled up and blooming. Then, he stretched out his hand and gently pressed on a corner of the flower wall. With a few creaking sounds, a hole slowly appeared on the ground. There were stone steps leading down, and it wasn't too far away. At this time, the sunlight from the sky could completely reflect on the dry stone slabs below. Presumably, it was no secret to the old people back then that there was a secret room in Taiping courtyard. Even the young eldest princess had once found one in the courtyard. After the Yi family incident, the emperor should have come to the courtyard to investigate the whereabouts of the box. However, he did not find it. Additionally, he always had strange feelings toward the courtyard, so he never came again. For Fan Xian, this secret passage was very familiar. Many years ago, after he had opened the box, Uncle Wu Zhu had once brought him to Taiping courtyard. Following this passage down, he had found the bullets that the fire stick needed the most. Step by step, he walked down as if he was walking into the netherworld. In reality, it was just a secret room about 30 feet off the ground. The room was clean and dry. There were no other furnishings or treasures. There were only a few chairs and a few coffins. Fan Xian placed one hand on the edge of the coffin and used a little force to lift the lid. He then carefully placed the old man's thin and weak body in his arms inside. Taking out a small porcelain pillow, he carefully placed it behind his head. Looking at the silk inside the coffin, Fan Xian tilted his head slightly and did not close it for him. Chen Pingping's eyes were tightly closed. His naked body was only covered by the Overwatch Council robes that Fan Xian had taken off. Fan Xian stood by the coffin and quietly looked at his thin cheeks and sunken eyes. He suddenly felt that this completely black clothing was more suitable than those beautiful silks. The completely black clothing was the Overwatch Council's official robes. What Fan Xian had taken off was the uniform of the director of the Overwatch Council. In Fan Xian's opinion, Chen Pingping's life was difficult to say. Presumably, he would like to die as the director of the Overwatch Council. Fan Xian stood quietly by the coffin and looked at the sleeping Chen Pingping. He thought of how on the execution field earlier, in the autumn rain, this old man seemed to have gradually fallen asleep in his arms. Before he fell asleep, he held his hand tightly. He shouldn't be afraid, right? Looking at the old and pale face, Fan Xian suddenly thought of many things. When he was very young, this old man, who liked to put a wool blanket on his knees, had teacher Fei Jia teach him so that he could learn the ability to protect himself in this dangerous world. From a young age, he had familiarized himself with all of the rules and structure of the Overwatch Council. Probably from the day he was born, the old man had already decided that he was going to leave the Overwatch Council, which he viewed as his most precious treasure, to him. Fan Xian thought of the first time he saw Chen Pingping. It was in that dark room in the Overwatch Council. It was clearly the first time the two of them had met, but when he looked at the old cripple in the wheelchair, it was like seeing an elder he hadn't seen for a long time. A natural closeness wrapped around the two of them. That day, Fan Xian had lowered his head and gently hugged the thin and weak Chen Pingping. He pressed his face against it, just as he had hugged and pressed his face against it today. Watching the fish by the shallow pond, discussing the world, gently playing with the flowers, and dancing in the two wheelchairs in Chen Garden were probably things that could never appear again, right? He couldn't think about it anymore. Fan Xian closed his eyes tightly and immediately opened them. Lowering his body, he picked up the cowering little yellow flower in his hand and gently pinched it into the white hair at Chen Pingping's temples. After a long silence, Fan Xian didn't say anything more. He closed the lid of the coffin and picked up the large nails he had prepared at the side. Aiming them at the edge of the coffin lid, he channeled his qi into his palms and brought them down. A series of muffled thuds rang out. Fan Xian silently brought his palms down one by one and hammered all of the large nails down. He nailed the entire coffin firmly and shut the old man in another world, a world he would never be able to touch again. After doing all this, Fan Xian looked at the black coffin in a daze. this was only a temporary solution. There would come a day when Fan Xian would send the old man back to his hometown or a place no one knew about. He would not let him stay forever near this dark Jingdo. Although this was Taiping Courtyard and presumably Qin Pingping liked to live here, it was still too close to Jingdo and the royal palace. Fan Xian's body swayed slightly. He felt a boundless tiredness and exhaustion begin to surge into his heart. He sat down on the tall wooden chair beside him. Placing his legs on the side of the chair, he buried his head deeply between his knees. His hands hung weakly by his side. The cut on his right palm from the nail began to bleed. The blood dripped onto the ground. Fan Xian sat with his head buried. He didn't know how long he sat. The rainwater that had accumulated on the lawn of Taiping Courtyard above his head began to flow down the stone steps, wetting layer by layer and cooling layer by layer. The sunlight slowly moved in the sky. The light in the dark underground room also flickered between bright and dark. No one knew whether it was the angle of the light or the thickness of the clouds that caused all of this. A sliver of sound traveled into Fan Xian's ears. He slowly raised his head from between his knees and walked down the chair. Glancing at the silent and dark coffin again, he walked up the wet stone steps. After a strange sound, the secret door above the stone room was tightly shut. No more sunlight or running water could seep in. The place returned to peace and darkness. Fan Xian walked along the grassy path beside the lake toward the door of Taiping Courtyard. When he was not far from the wooden door, he heard the low voice of a subordinate reporting. A complicated expression flashed across Fan Xian's cold face. He quietly said something and then sat down on a broken tree in the courtyard. The wooden door opened. Yan Bingyun walked in and stood in front of Fan Xian with his head lowered. He didn't speak for a long time. Perhaps he didn't know how to start. Starting from the day the palace began to move, you should have been involved from beginning to end. I don't want to miss out on any details. Fan Xian sat tiredly on the broken tree root with his right hand on his knee. His face was unhealthily pale. Yan Bingyun glanced at his right hand and found it was bleeding. His heart jumped slightly, but he didn't explain too much. Instead, he calmly said, on the second day, I was summoned into the palace. After receiving an edict, I began to make arrangements. As for scholar he capturing Gauda in Dazhou and the emperor using this matter to keep the director in Dazhou and then using the Jingdo garrison to capture him, I only know the general situation and not the details. Tell me the details you know. Yan Bingyun looked at Fan Xian, who had his head lowered. He found that Sir Fan Jr. was different from any other time. His facial expression was calm, so calm that it made one's heart tremble. It was not a reaction a normal person should have. From that morning when the Jingdo garrison escorted the black carriage into the capital, to the argument in the royal study in the royal palace, to the emperor being heavily injured, to Qin Pingping being injured by the porcelain cup and being sent to the Overwatch Council prison, Yan Bingyun didn't hide any details. He even clearly explained the ugly role he had played in all of it. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then slowly raised his head and looked at him. Then, why are you following me now? Do you want to drag that old cripple back and cut him a few more times? Or do you want him to die without a burial? Yan Bingyun didn't need to control his emotions in front of him. A sliver of unfeigned sorrow appeared on his face. In a raspy voice, he said, I had to see you. I had to guarantee that you wouldn't go crazy. What is going crazy? Rebellion. The corners of Fan Xian's mouth twitched slightly. His laughter was full of coldness. Aren't the Jingdo garrison and Imperial Army troops outside used to do this? At this moment, smoke and dust were faintly discernible outside the courtyard. It had clearly just rained, yet it was dry. Who knew how many troops were lying in ambush outside the Taiping courtyard and how many aces were used to suppress Fan Xian? Yan Bingyun valiantly controlled his state of mind. Looking at Fan Xian, he coldly said, "No matter what, the old director is already gone. No matter how angry you are, you can't change anything. Even if you can escape Jingdo, what can you do? Deng Ziyu is in Xiliang, Su Wenmao is in the palace treasury in North Min, Xia Qifei is in Suzhou, and the generals of the Qinian unit and the most powerful officials and secret agents in the council have all been sent out by me to places you control the most. Once you leave Jingdo, you can once again gather 60% of the Overwatch Council's power. But, what can you do?" Fan Xian looked at him coldly and didn't say a word. "Very well. Presently, you are the master of Dongyi's sword hut. You have countless swordsmen under your command. Additionally, the Great Prince is currently leading 10,000 elite soldiers stationed in Dongyi. However, those 10,000 elite soldiers may not be completely under the Great Prince's control. Taking 10,000 steps back, would the Great Prince rebel against the Emperor because of you or the old director?" Yan Bingyun's lips were a bit dry. His throat was a bit congested with blood, but he still forcefully said, "The heir, Hongqing, is in Dingzhou. He is your best friend. Even if he raises troops for you, would the Dingzhou army listen to him?" It has to be said, in this world, only you have the power to stand against the Emperor. But, you are still not a match for the Emperor. Are you done? Fan Xian looked at him with narrowed eyes and tiredly shook his head. "If you want to convince me, shouldn't you take out the letter Chen Pingping personally wrote for you?" Yan Bingyun's body shook. He had thought that what he had done within the Overwatch Council these few days would anger Fan Xian. He had not thought that from the beginning, Fan Xian had already found out everything. Fan Xian looked at him. "Even if you took it out, I wouldn't want to see it. It is nothing more than to take care of the big picture and prevent the Overwatch Council from losing control for a moment and being forcefully wiped out by the Emperor. Thus, you must become the Emperor's second dog and forcefully preserve this council. In order to win that man's trust, you must do some things. I know you don't feel good and comfortable." Fan Xian looked at the slightly absent-minded Yan Bingyun and coldly said, "But, you brought this upon yourself. Do you think this is the joy of enduring humiliation? Wrong, you're just a fool. You're just going to listen to what Chen Pingping wants to do. If he wants you to kill him, you kill him. The old director is thinking on behalf of the thousands of lives of the Overwatch Council and the people of the world," Yan Bingyun said in a slightly raspy voice. "Even if I suffer some misunderstandings and become a thorn in the side of the council officials, so what? Do I have to watch as the world falls into chaos? Why can't the world fall into chaos? Thinking on behalf of the people?" Fan Xian suddenly laughed strangely. There was a coughing sound in his laughter. He coughed up a few threads of blood. "How many of these people have thought on behalf of them? I don't forgive you." Fan Xian looked at Yan Bingyun calmly. Each word he said made one tremble in fear. "Everything for the Qin kingdom, everything for the Emperor, everything for the world. This is your attitude, not mine. For the people I care about, so what if tens of thousands of people die? You didn't do all of this for me. So, I don't forgive you." Yan Bingyun knew that under Fan Xian's gentle exterior was a heart that loved and hated intensely. After a long silence, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I don't need anyone's forgiveness. The old director's choice is the same as mine, so I did it. For the Qin kingdom, I can do anything." "Very good. Only like this can you become a good official of the Emperor. For those dead people, he might be a good emperor." Fan Xian slowly stood. "For me, neither he nor you are people I can place a sliver of trust in. In your hearts, there are things more important than companions. King Jing and Lady Ning are under house arrest in the palace. The young lady of the Fan family is also in the palace, Yan Bingyun said hurriedly as he suddenly felt cold. Fan Xian's voice in reply was mocking and cold. For the emperor, this is a matter of course. Watching Fan Xian walk tiredly toward the wooden door, Yan Bingyun's heart suddenly tightened. A difficult-to-suppress fear surged in his heart. It was not fear for himself. Rather, he was worried about Fan Xian. In a loud voice, he asked, "Where are you going?" Fan Xian's hand froze slightly on the wooden door. He didn't turn his head. Tiredly, he said, "Going home to sleep." Walking out of the wooden door of Taiping Courtyard, he looked at the officials of the First Bureau of the Overwatch Council at the end of the bridge as if they were facing a great enemy. He looked at the hundreds of travel-worn Black Knights on the other side of the bridge who were forcefully suppressing their exhaustion and barely forming a defensive formation. Fan Xian sighed in his heart. On the other side of the bridge, at the other end of the green and yellow autumn forest, were the troops the emperor had used to suppress him. How could the subordinates he had hurriedly brought back to the capital stand against them? The bright sun dazzled his eyes. Only now did he realize that exhaustion and sorrow could harm humans to such an extent. His steps were weak as he walked across the bamboo bridge. He gently gave a few orders to the subordinates who were still fighting to the death to follow him in such a tense moment. The deputy commander of the Black Knights and the officials of the First Bureau were silent for a long time. They knew that the little duke was thinking about their lives. Without another word, they knelt on one knee on the ground. No one knew whether they were kneeling to the young director in front of them or the old director buried in Taiping Courtyard. After they knelt, the hundreds of people mixed together and retreated west along the beautiful and quiet Liuxi River. Yan Bingyun, who had followed silently behind Fan Xian the entire time, glanced at those people with a complicated gaze. He followed him across the bridge and onto the road. He then saw the thousands of fully armored riders spread across the fields on the other side of the road. These riders were lined up densely, and their power was astonishing. Fan Xian looked expressionlessly at these powerful martial forces. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked over. Under countless wary gazes, he walked in front of the commander. In a raspy voice, he said, "Have the scouts and ambushing soldiers withdraw. I want not a single one of my people hurt." Yi Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold light flashed through them. "I've caught a cold. It's been 2 days. I can't take it much longer. I've taken large amounts of medicine, but my entire body is still sore. My head is dizzy, and I feel very uncomfortable. There are a lot of good things missing in the book review section because the leader has also been sick recently. I really feel sorry for the friends who worked so hard to write reviews. If you have a long review, please send it to my email, xfstz@hotmail.com. Also, thank you to the brothers in Shuemu who cast their illegitimate children. It's been a long time since I've gone diving. Yesterday, my thoughts jumped and I went to take a look. In the end, I saw the votes for idealism and rations. You like it, I'm very grateful. Chapter 706. The head of the Bureau of Military Affairs of the Qin Kingdom, the foremost person in the military under the emperor, Commander Yi Zhong, had personally led elite soldiers to Taiping Courtyard to suppress, monitor, and control Fan Xian. It had to be said that the Qin court and royal palace maintained a high level of respect and caution toward Fan Xian. This respect and caution was expressed through strength. Fan Xian's face was haggard and slightly pale. Streaks of muddy marks appeared very eye-catching on his handsome face. They were probably marks formed by the rain and dust from 1,000 li. He looked at Yi Zhong's slightly cold gaze on his horse. His entire person appeared wooden and indifferent. It was as if he did not see Yi Zhong and the thousands of fully armored riders. For people at Fan Xian and Yi Zhong's level of strength, they knew that on the plains, no matter how powerful an ace, it would be impossible to escape the pursuit of thousands of elite riders unless they had already entered the realm of a great grandmaster. However, this place was still on the outskirts of Jingdou. The dense forests, clear rivers, and houses were still densely packed. If Fan Xian truly gave up everything in Jingdou and fled like a giant bird into the woods, these thousands of elite soldiers would probably not be able to catch him for a while. The emperor had ordered Yi Zhong to personally lead troops to deal with this matter because he had thought of this. Among these thousands of elite riders, there were many aces from the military. Most importantly, there was Yi Zhong, who could face Fan Xian head-on. He was one of the few aces in the Qin kingdom who stood above the 9th level. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yi Zhong on his horse. Suddenly, his heart jumped. He thought of another matter and couldn't help smiling self-mockingly. In the beginning, there were 3 countries. Dongyi had the most 9th level aces. However, the Qin kingdom conquered the world with its knives and horses, so aces emerged in an endless stream. They had the most aces between the 7th and 8th level. There were even a number of aces who had entered the 9th level in Jingdou. However, all of this had become history. The Tiger Guards, who had gathered the most 7th and 8th level aces, had all sacrificed themselves to the vicious sword of Dongyi because of the emperor's caution toward the previous minister of revenue, Fan Jian. The aces of the military had all died in the Jingdou rebellion 3 years ago. Qin Yi and his son had both died in front of the royal palace. There was also old eunuch Hong, who had fallen on Dong Mountain, and the Qin temple's great priest and second priest who had died one after the other. Because of the emperor's schemes and paranoia, the top aces of the Qin kingdom had unknowingly been decreasing. Now, a large gap had appeared. In order to suppress Fan Xian, a superior 9th level figure, there was no one to send. They had to send the top person in the military, Yi Zhong, personally. I am very surprised that the heir to the High Duke can still smile. Yi Zhong had already slowly restrained the coldness in his eyes and said calmly. I was just thinking of a question. If even you and Gong Dian died, the emperor, who else would be trustworthy? The corners of Fan Xian's mouth twitched slightly as he spoke in a raspy voice. Yi Zhong's heart trembled slightly. He knew that Fan Xian had seen the present flaws in the Qin kingdom's martial power in a glance. Although the Qin Iron Riders were still unparalleled in the world, regardless of whether it was the Dingzhou army, the Yanjing camp, or the old subordinates of the Western Expedition Army scattered across the borders who had once belonged to the Great Prince, they were all tigers and wolves on the battlefield. When it came to a small group of elites led by a strong warrior, it was difficult for the Qin kingdom to find an ace they could rely on. All the warriors in the world are in my hands, Fan Xian looked at Yi Zhong and slowly said. Fan Xian looked at Yi Zhong and slowly said, I don't care about the edict the emperor gave you earlier. I only know that if you don't immediately pull back the scouts and riders you send out, there will be many scenes you don't want to see. All the warriors in the world are in my hands. How arrogant were these words? All the land under heaven belonged to the king. All the officials under heaven belonged to the king. As the most powerful emperor in the world, the Qin emperor should have the loyalty of most of the powerful warriors in the world. However, the situation had changed. Regardless of whether it was luck or coincidence, Yi Zhong had to admit that most of the truly powerful aces in the world had fallen into Fan Xian's hands. Although Yi Zhong did not know the truth of the assassination in the Hanging Temple, the scene on the execution field earlier made him certain that the true aces in the Overwatch Council, such as the mysterious head of the 6th Bureau and the legendary younger brother of Siga Jian, would follow Fan Xian's orders blindly. Most importantly, there were 13 disciples of the Sword Hut. Other than Yun Jilan, who had already become the master of Dongyi, there were 11 other 9th-level aces. The Emperor has not given you a clear edict, Yi Zhong said in a heavy voice. But those Black Knights and the First Bureau officials who followed you out of the capital have broken Qing law and are conspirators in rebellion. Do you think the court will let them live? It is me who wants to protect their lives. Fan Xian lowered his head tiredly. He felt that negotiating with Yi Zhong here was truly tiring. Slowly, he said, "You are a smart person. You know what to do. The Emperor is currently angry. I heard he is also injured. I'm afraid it would not be wise to give an edict at this time. It is very difficult for me to control my emotions. I think you would not want to truly drive me crazy. Once I go crazy, it will not be good for you, me, the officials and people of the Qing court, or even that person in the palace." Fan Xian's body was hunched as he shook his head. "You know what my bottom line is. Starting from the old cripple all the way to me, the style of the Overwatch Council is to protect our own. We will not allow our people to be harmed. I understand, but this is defying an edict." Yi Zhong calmly looked at the messy hair on Fan Xian's forehead. "I am an official of the Qin kingdom. For all officials who break the law and rebel, I have the duty to capture and kill them. Don't say such useless things." Fan Xian waved his hand tiredly. "There is no one else here right now. If you want to ensure the Dingzhou army's safety for 1,000 years, you'd better make a decision quickly." Yi Zhong and Fan Xian stood far in front of the riders. No one could hear their conversation. Even Yan Bingyun, who had been following Fan Xian the entire time, stood quietly by the black carriage and did not move forward. Yi Zhong thought silently for a long time. He then said, "Even if I let them go right now, the Black Knights under your command have been exhausted to the extreme. Regardless of whether you have them go to Xiliang to join Hongqing or Dongyi to join the Great Prince, the soldiers stationed in the various provinces and counties along the way." Speaking to this point, Yi Zhong suddenly stopped and sighed in his heart. Knowing the inside story, he knew the court's arrangements these days. In the intelligence reports, Fan Xian was clearly far away outside Yanjing a few days ago. Who knew that he would rush back to Jingdou today? Thinking of this Qing military ace couldn't help but feel a sense of shock in his heart. He could not understand how Fan Xian had flown across thousands of li and brought hundreds of Black Knights back to Jingdou. "As long as you don't personally act, those provincial soldiers cannot stop my people," Fan Xian said in a raspy voice. "As long as I am willing to go with you, the Emperor will not be angry at you for going easy on them." Yi Zhong was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, "That's true. As long as you are willing to return to the capital, the Emperor's anger will lessen greatly. See, isn't this a very simple matter?" Fan Xian said this expressionlessly. He then turned his head and walked directly into the black carriage Yan Bingyun was leading. Letting down the curtain, he closed his eyes and began to rest. The carriage jolted slightly and began to move forward on the road. Thousands of Qing elite riders seemed to be escorting as they followed the black carriage slowly toward Jingdou. They entered Xingyang Gate again and traveled on the quiet and austere street. Fan Xian, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the carriage, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Are we going into the palace?" "No." Yi Zhong sat on the horse and straightened his not-so-tall figure. Calmly, he replied, "The Emperor did not give an order. He only forbids you from leaving the capital." "Very good, then I'll go home," Fan Xian said quietly as he closed his eyes again. Yan Bingyun, who was responsible for driving the carriage, had a slightly serious expression. He pulled on the rope and followed the fork in the road at the entrance of the salt market toward the south of the city. Some people in the dark followed the black carriage closely. Yi Zhong's subordinate riders also sent a group of people to catch up. Yi Zhong himself stood at the end of the street and did not make any movements. There were already people on the street. Although the scene on the execution field in the autumn rain had already spread like wildfire among the people, it was, after all, a distant matter and could not truly affect the lives of the people. Thus, life in Jingdo returned to normal following the end of the autumn rain. The people walking under the eaves and on the side of the road had long been herded to the two sides of the street by the soldiers. They watched this scene woodenly and looked at the black carriage surrounded by soldiers. Very easily, they guessed the true identity of the important figure in the carriage. For a moment, nervousness, excitement, confusion, worry, and many other emotions flashed through their eyes. Yi Zhong stood on the horse and watched with an indifferent expression as the black carriage slowly drove away in the direction of the south of the city. His heart felt unusually heavy. Logically speaking, the order to capture Fan Xian and bring him back to Jingdo and forbid him from leaving the capital had already been accomplished. However, he still could not relax. For one, under Fan Xian's naked and calm threat, he had no choice but to give up on the pursuit of the Black Knights traversing the fertile lands of the Qing Kingdom and the officials of the First Bureau of the Overwatch Council who dared to defy the Emperor's edict. After he entered the palace in a moment, he didn't know what kind of ferocious rage he would receive from the Emperor. The coldest, hardest, and heaviest stone pressing down on his heart was Fan Xian's expression along the way. Yi Zhong knew that it was not him who had captured Fan Xian and brought him back to Jingdo. Rather, Fan Xian had followed him back to Jingdo. What chilled his heart was that Fan Xian had no intention of entering the palace to see the Emperor. Regardless of whether Fan Xian angrily criticized the Emperor or explained something to the Emperor, it was actually more comforting than Fan Xian's current indifference. That kind of indifference actually contained anger towards His Majesty and suppressed coldness, as well as a kind of disregard for imperial power. Yi Zhong didn't know why Fan Xian had the courage to do this. He knew that the Cold War between the Emperor and Fan Xian had just begun. Perhaps the Emperor, who was currently recovering, was waiting in the palace for his illegitimate son to enter the palace to explain something or roar about something. However, Fan Xian had made all of the Emperor's hopes and predictions come to nothing. Yi Zhong slowly lowered his head and thought of Fan Xian's calm and powerful words outside Taiping courtyard earlier. He couldn't help but shake his head sadly. He had been forced to concede under Fan Xian's cold pressure. This proved that Fan Xian already had the power to directly oppose the power of the Qing military. Without a doubt, such power added many variables to the relationship between the Emperor and Fan Xian. Yi Zhong could even guess what the Emperor and Fan Xian were thinking. The Emperor would never voluntarily issue an edict for Fan Xian to enter the palace. He would wait for Fan Xian to enter the palace, and Fan Xian would never voluntarily enter the palace. He would wait for the man on the throne to speak first. This was the so-called contest of attitude, intentions, and willpower. The foundation of this contest lay in the difference in power between the two sides. More importantly, it lay in the powerful and icy hearts of both sides. Who would beat first? Yi Zhong took a deep breath. The expression on his face recovered its solemn calmness. Squeezing his horse, he prepared to enter the palace to report. The battle between this father and son was not something he, as an official, could interfere with. The reason the Dingzhou army had interfered was because of the Emperor's edict. It was clear that the Emperor's attitude toward Fan Xian, his illegitimate son, was completely different than that of his other sons. As the head of the Qing military, Yi Zhong only hoped that this battle would end peacefully or as quickly as possible. It wouldn't be like the autumn rain these 2 days, always making one feel cold and uneasy. The carriage stopped in front of the main gate of the Fan Manor in the south of the city. The street was completely silent. The two rain-soaked stone lions outside the gate stared with wide eyes, angrily and uneasily at the people walking around them. The tightly shut main gate immediately opened. A few manor guards carrying knives surged out and stood under the carriage. Fan Xian walked down from the carriage. He didn't glance at Yan Bingyun on the shaft. He only lightly swept his gaze around his surroundings. He easily saw that there were many spies watching. They were probably people sent by the palace. They were probably people raised by the 13 Yamans or the Supreme Court. Further away, the Overwatch Council's secret agents were still there. A warm smile rose to the corners of Fan Xian's lips. In terms of surveillance, even if the entire court worked together, they might not be a match for the Overwatch Council. It looked like the secret agents he controlled were still in his hands and not yet controlled by the Emperor. He walked up the steps. Yan Bingyun sat on the shaft and sighed. He was just about to leave when he suddenly heard a sentence. I probably won't be able to manage the council for much longer. Fan Xian didn't turn his head. One of his arms was supported by a wife. Tiredly and with a glimmer of self-mockery, he said, originally, I didn't manage it for too long. However, I hope you won't make the mistakes you've made in the past. The reason the Overwatch Council is so united is not because of clear rewards and punishments. Rather, it is because we protect our own. Probably many people have already been imprisoned. In the future, it will be impossible for these old fellows to continue staying in their positions in the 8 bureaus. His back slowly straightened. If they've been taken, then they've been taken. But, you have to ensure that they can live. If even they die, no matter how much you protect this stupid council, it will be meaningless. Do you understand? Yan Bingyun was silent for a moment. He then nodded, not caring whether or not Fan Xian could see it. Fan Xian sighed. With the support of his wife, he stepped into the Fan Manor's high doorstep. The moment he entered the Fan Manor, a familiar aura hit him in the face. It wrapped around Fan Xian's tired body and made him feel sleepy. This was probably the so-called power of home. However, Fan Xian forced himself to stand straight and walked on the stone path. He even left his wife's support. There were hidden weapons buried all around the manor. There were also guards walking solemnly. Everything was orderly and filled with a sense of sternness. This was the tradition of the Fan Manor. No matter how turbulent the outside world was, there would never be too many holes on the inside. During the Jingdo Rebellion 3 years ago, the Fan Manor had made ample preparations. Now, the Fan Manor had also made preparations. This tradition was a rule set by his father while he was still alive. No matter how chaotic Jingdo became, to drag the Fan Manor down would require at least a forceful attack by hundreds of soldiers. Fan Xian looked at all of this with satisfaction. He knew that Wan had made ample preparations. Thus, he had to maintain his valiance and let the people of the Fan Manor, who saw him as their backbone, know that their young master had not fallen yet. Walking past the flower bed and into the back garden, he saw the gentlewoman at the door to the flower hole. Fan Xian gazed at her and forced a smile. I'm back. A mist gradually rose in Lin Wan-er's eyes, but she forcefully suppressed it. She had also just returned from the palace. Taking a few steps forward, she grabbed Fan Xian's icy hand and smiled sweetly. It's good that you're back. Sleep first. You probably haven't slept for a few days. I haven't slept for 6 days. I didn't think I would be able to make it. Fan Xian's heart ached a little. He forced a smile and placed the weight of his body on his wife's shoulder. Walking toward the bedroom, he said in a warm voice, "These 2 days must have been hard on you." "Not hard at all." Lin Wan-er helped him into the bedroom. She found that there were some bloodstains on his palm. Her heart dimmed slightly, but she didn't say anything. She only had him sit down by the bed. Then, she ordered the servants to quickly bring hot water and help him wash his face. She also placed the copper basin used to wash his feet at his feet. Lin Wanda sat on a little stool and helped him take off his shoes and socks. Only then did she realize that the many days of hard running, although he was riding a horse, had already made Fan Xian's feet and shoes seem to be connected. Particularly, the soles of his feet that were stepping on the stirrups had a deep, bloody mark. Lin Wan's heart ached. She carefully placed Fan Xian's feet into the basin of hot water. Fan Xian sighed. She didn't know whether it was because he was too comfortable or too sad. The outside of the courtyard is filled with people. There's no way to go in. Lin Wanda lowered her head and gently rubbed his feet as she spoke quietly. The courtyard in this sentence referred to the square and sinister building of the Overwatch Council. When I left the capital earlier, some daring people from the First Bureau followed me out of the city. Fan Xian looked at the top of his wife's head and smiled warmly. I know it was you who told them. I've already arranged for them to leave. Don't worry. As for the courtyard, at least for now, the Emperor will not allow me to contact them. Lin Wan's hand froze slightly. She was worried about Fan Xian, but she was also thinking about whether or not she should say that matter. A moment later, she lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, Sister went into the palace yesterday to tend to the Emperor's wounds. She still hasn't come back. That's normal. Fan Xian had long heard this news from Yan Bingyun's mouth. Calmly, he said, the Emperor has always grabbed people's weak spots tightly. Only the old cripple didn't have any weak spots for him to grab. That's why he ended up like this today. Speaking of Chen Pingping, Fan Xian's face darkened. In reality, Chen Pingping's only weak spot in this life was Fan Xian. However, this old cripple still separated Fan Xian in such a hopeless situation, leaving the Emperor unable to grab hold of him. In the end, they could only walk into a deadlock. After saying this, Fan Xian fell asleep. With his feet in the basin and his head lowered to his chest, he fell into a deep sleep. Having not slept for a long time, he finally relaxed his state of mind in front of his wife. With a glimmer of unshakable sorrow on his face, he fell into a deep sleep. Lin Wanda gently stopped the movements of her hands and looked at the haggard and sorrowful face. For some reason, sorrow welled up in her heart, and a few tears rolled down. She gazed at Fan Xian and thought, when did that bright and beautiful youth become so pitiful? Fan Xian slept for a full day and night. When he slowly woke up, he found that it was already dusk. The slightly dim light of dusk seeped in through the window and covered everything familiar in the room with a layer of unfamiliar light. Wan's voice came faintly from outside the window. It seemed that she was ordering the servants to do something. Fan Xian didn't want to startle her, so he continued to lie quietly in the warm, thin blankets. He didn't want to get up. Perhaps he knew that once he came out of the soft blankets, he would have to face what had already happened and what was about to happen. His gaze turned slightly and saw a towel by the bed. Extending his hand, he pulled it over and gently wiped the dirt at the corner of his eyes. Immediately after, he looked at his body and found that it was clean and fresh. It looked like Wanda had wiped his body while he was sleeping. Just these two simple movements caused his entire body to ache with unbearable pain. The 1,000 miles of rushing, the valiant fighting, and the pain that seeped deep into his bones had indeed caused him to weaken to the extreme. It was absolutely not something that could be recovered with a simple sleep. Fan Xian lay quietly on the bed and slowly activated the two powers of Jinqi in his body, particularly Tianyi Dao's natural method, to recover his Yuanqi. His gaze stared straight at the ceiling embroidered with complicated patterns and thought to himself, what is the man in the palace thinking at this time? Chapter 707. The vast expanse of white was very clean. The world was covered in melted snow. No one knew how deep it was. The snowy plains stretched straight to the horizon. No one knew how wide it was. At the other end of the horizon, a tall snowy peak abruptly rose, piercing straight into the clouds like a treasured sword thrust into the sky. This snowy mountain was very tall. It made one sigh in admiration and fear, not daring to get close. Fan Xian lowered his head and found that his bare feet were stepping in the snow. Strangely, he did not feel any icy pain. He could only clearly feel the touch of each snowflake. He felt strange. Narrowing his eyes, he looked toward the tall mountain in front of the snowy plains. His eyes were pierced by the light reflected off the ice and snow on the mountain walls. The world was very bright. It was like there were 9 suns above the snowy clouds. Fan Xian didn't know how long he had walked in this snowy plain. 5 days. 6 days. He had not slept, but the sky had not darkened. It was as if there was no difference between day and night in this ghastly place. The last time I came, it was always night. Later, the heavens opened their eyes, and it became day. A voice rang out beside Fan Xian's ear. He turned his head to look and saw a face he hadn't seen in a long time. The old face carried an unhealthy flush. It was obvious that it was a side effect of taking ephedra pills. Fan Xian tilted his head and looked strangely at Xiao En, thinking, "Didn't you die? How could you appear in front of me and speak so clearly?" He felt it was strange, but there was a kind of unconsciously mental strength that stopped him from thinking about this strange question. Instead, he asked straightforwardly, "The temple is in that snowy mountain?" "Yes, that is the holy land of the human world, a place mortals cannot touch." Xiao En sighed. Then, his face became countless specks of light and fragments that landed on the snowy ground and could not be found again. Fan Xian crouched down and used his red hands to dig around in the snow. It was as if he wanted to grab the already dead Xiao En back and continue to ask questions. After digging for a while, the snow pit grew deeper and deeper, but he couldn't find a trace. Instead, beside the gradually deepening snow pit, he saw a shadow. A hemp-clothed man wearing a straw hat was sitting beside the snow pit. His eyes were as clear as the ocean as he quietly watched the snowy mountain. "Where did your shoes go? Where are my shoes?" Fan Xian jumped out of the snow pit and glanced at his bare and red feet. He then glanced at the similarly bare feet of the hemp-clothed man wearing the straw hat. His gaze passed through the straw hat and saw the man's bald head. With a smile, he said, "I know you are Ku He. Back then, you also came to the temple. You and Xiao En have both eaten human flesh." Sitting on the snowy ground, Ku He smiled and said, "The temple is not holy. It is just an abandoned temple. But everyone in the world knows that you have boundless respect for the temple. You once knelt on the bluestone steps in front of the temple for several months before you received the ultimate skill. But you know that's not the case." Ku He turned his head and looked calmly at Fan Xian. "What power in this world is undefeatable?" After saying this, Ku He disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. In a flash, in the place where Ku He had disappeared, the short sword Saint Great Grandmaster suddenly appeared. With a pair of wide eyes, he roared angrily at Fan Xian, "Where are my ashes? Where are my ashes?" Fan Xian jumped in fright. Only now did he remember that he seemed to have forgotten something. He seemed to have promised Sigurd that if he went to the temple, he would bring his ashes and scatter them on the stone steps of the temple so that he could see what kind of extraordinary figure was in the temple. Fan Xian was vexed and said, "That mountain is so tall and cold. I can't even get close. Even if I brought your ashes, it would be useless. This is an excuse." Sigurd roared angrily. "It is just an excuse. Then, Sigurd-Jien's sword came thrusting forward. It swept up a snowflake that spread between heaven and earth. It was graceful, beautiful, and irresistible. Fan Xian's face paled. Using all the strength in his body, his bare feet desperately stepped on the soft snowy plains as he charged toward the snowy mountain in front of him that was so tall it seemed impossible to conquer. Then, he saw a black dot slowly and steadily heading up the snowy mountain. Fan Xian was overjoyed. In a loud voice, he called out, "Uncle Wu Zhu, wait for me." It was like the black-clothed Wu Zhu did not hear any sound. He continued to coldly and firmly walk up the mountain. However, the sword behind Fan Xian had already arrived. There was only one sword flower. In an instant, it bloomed into countless petals. Each petal sliced off a piece of flesh from Fan Xian's chest. The boundless and endless pain made Fan Xian cry out wretchedly. He fell to the ground. The blood from his body flowed onto the snowy ground and was immediately frozen into a deep red flower of blood. It was like precious and murderous agate. Fan Xian watched as Uncle Wu Zhu walked toward the snowy mountain. The snowy mountain was still tall and cold. He felt the unbearable pain from his heart and the despair and fear that filled his mind. Then, he woke up. Fan Xian gave a muffled grunt and struggled to sit up in bed. His body was covered in sweat and had soaked all of his undergarments. He unconsciously touched his chest and found that other than a little sore, there were no real pieces of flesh that had been sliced off. It was already night. It looked like after he had woken up at dusk, he had looked calmly at the top of the bed and then fallen asleep again. He didn't know why he had such a nightmare. The top figures who had once spread their elegance under heaven appeared one by one in his dreams and told him the story of the snowy mountain. They then persuaded him, encouraged him, and abandoned him. Fan Xian panted heavily and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He stared in a daze at the blanket on his body and thought of the snowy mountain in his dream. He still shivered despite not being cold. He knew what the snowy mountain in his dream represented in the real world. He also knew that man was actually more powerful and colder than the snowy mountain. However, with the snowy mountain in front of him, he had to climb it. In the royal study in the royal palace, the emperor slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He looked at the lights on the table around him. Only then did he know that it was already night. His gaze was cold and strange because he had a dream earlier. He dreamed that he was standing on a lonely snowy mountain, enjoying the worship and reverence of countless commoners on the snowy plains below. However, there was no one by his side. He was as lonely as the snowy mountain. Those commoners were about to be frozen into zombies. Perhaps there was not much joy to be taken from being worshipped by such creatures. The emperor slowly closed his eyes and thought of the eyes that had coldly watched him in his dream, the eyes of those familiar companions. He didn't speak for a long time. "I want to burn my face," the emperor said. Eunuch Yao, who had been waiting at the side the entire time, bowed and accepted the order. He pushed open the door to the royal study. Before he left, he quietly reported, "Sir Yizhong has been waiting in the front hall." The emperor didn't say anything. He waved his hand in annoyance, and the door to the royal study was closed. Although the Qing emperor had his own palace in the back of the palace, he had been diligent in state affairs for many years. Additionally, he had extraordinary energy and was used to staying up late in the royal study to examine memorials. There were all kinds of bedding set up here, so he rarely returned to the palace to rest. Instead, he often spent the night in the royal study. It would not be a lie to say that most of the Qing emperor's life was spent in the royal study. Usually, after nightfall, other than the emperor, only his most trusted eunuchs could enter this quiet study. After Eunuch Hong died and Hongzhu lost power, the only person who could stay in the royal study at night was Eunuch Yao. However, there was another woman in the quiet study today. There was a natural sense of calmness between the lady's brows. Her face was delicate and pretty. She wore a thin half-fur shirt and sat quietly on the round stool opposite the soft mattress. There was a box by her feet. The emperor glanced at the woman and warmly said, "You haven't rested much these 2 days. In a moment, go to the back of the palace to rest." Fan Ruoro bowed calmly and didn't say anything. Ever since she had been brought into the palace at noon the day before yesterday to tend to the emperor's wounds, her movements had been greatly restricted. Although no one had said anything explicitly, she knew she had to stay in the palace. During these 2 days, the emperor had kept her by his side. Even when he was in the royal study looking at matters and when his subordinates reported on information related to the Fan Manor, Fan Ruoro was always at the side listening quietly. The emperor did not seem to avoid her. The emperor glanced at her lightly and easily saw a glimmer of deep worry in the calmness between her brows. He knew what she was worried about. Strangely, the emperor had kept the young lady of the Fan family by his side not just to suppress Fan Xian or because Fan Ruoro wanted to tend to his wounds. Rather, the emperor felt that this niece's refreshing and indifferent nature suited his temperament. Furthermore, when he casually chatted with her, regardless of whether it was about astronomy, geography, or the various sights of the world, Fan Ruoro was always able to say a word or two to the emperor. "Don't worry about anything." The emperor coughed gently. Although Fan Ruoro had miraculous hands and had already taken out most of the metal shards and steel balls in his body, the destructive power of Chen Pingping's wheelchair had been too great. No one knew that his injuries were actually very serious. The Qing Emperor was a great grandmaster, so he was able to survive. If it had been anyone else, they would probably have long died under Chen Pingping's twin spears. "And your brother has some misunderstandings toward me. Once these misunderstandings are cleared up in the future, everything will be fine." For some reason, the emperor didn't seem to want to see the young lady of the Fan family worry and went against his nature to explain this in a quiet voice. These were indeed the emperor's sincere words. In his opinion, Anji had always been a person who valued friendship. Chen Pingping's tragic death would inevitably make it difficult for him to understand and come around for a moment. In the future, if Fan Xian knew of the great evil Chen Pingping had done to the Li royal family and how he had attacked Fan Xian so many times, Fan Xian would understand. "You are right, Your Majesty." Fan Ruoro lowered her head and agreed. The emperor's expression became somewhat dark. He didn't like the way the young lady of the Fan family spoke. After a long time, he didn't explode. He only slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "And she has already slept for a day and night. It looks like he has had a hard journey." Fan Ruoro raised her head and gently bit her lower lip. Looking at the emperor in front of her, whom she could not see through no matter what, she didn't know how to respond. Her brother was currently sleeping on the bed in the manor. Presumably, he would not be sleeping well. What kind of emotion did the emperor's words represent? "Tell me about when you first learned martial arts in Qing Mountain." "I have never stepped foot into northern Qi territory. This has always been my regret." The emperor naturally changed the topic. For some reason, he really did go along with Fan Ruoro's wishes. He knew that if they talked about Jingdo in the Fan Manor, it would chill the young lady's heart. "Of course, before long, I will be able to go to Qing Mountain and see for myself." The emperor smiled slightly. Fan Ruoro respectfully replied, "The scenery on Qing Mountain is very good. The brothers of Tianidao are also very good to me. You are, after all, a citizen of the Qing kingdom. Although I don't know what trick Fan Xian used to force Ku He, that bald man, to take you as his last disciple, presumably those northern Qi people still don't feel comfortable looking at you," the emperor carelessly said as he rubbed at the white hair at his temples. Fan Ruoruo smiled naturally and said, "Your Majesty's eyes are like torches." At the time, the situation was indeed like that. However, later on, the teacher spoke. Additionally, Sister Haitang returned to the mountain. Naturally, things got better. Speaking of Haitang, how exactly was Enji and her dealt with? A glimmer of emotion flashed through the Emperor's eyes as he calmly asked. Fan Ruoruo could clearly sense that the Emperor was not using this matter to ask about anything. Rather, he was curious about the story of a man and a woman that was being spread around by the people of the world. She looked in a daze at the Emperor's slightly pale face. Suddenly, she thought that these things all had to do with her brother. Her brother would never discuss the details of these things with the Emperor. Was this a conversation about family matters? Fan Ruoruo suddenly understood. The Emperor was just old, just lonely, just lonely. It was just that as a father, he had never received the treatment of a father. So, he had her stay in the palace to talk to her more. He wanted to know more about the ordinary things in the world, and he wanted to know more about things related to her brother. The Emperor and his young daughter's family conversation continued calmly and strangely. It was clear that the Emperor's mood had improved. A rare warm expression began to appear on his pale face. The door to the royal study opened. Eunuch Yao led 2 young eunuchs in carrying a copper basin. Inside the basin was steaming hot water. The Emperor accepted the hot towel from Eunuch Yao's hands and used his gaze to indicate for Fan Ruoruo to continue talking. He then placed the rolling towel on his face and forcefully wiped his eyes a few times. Under the towel, the Qing Emperor slowly closed his eyes. No one could see his expression. No one knew that in that moment, he had suddenly thought of how he had taken Li Qingping back to the palace after the autumn rain. Little San Er's hand, which he had held, had been trembling the entire time. His gaze as he looked at him was filled with fear. It was very much like Qingqian many years ago. A cold anger suddenly surged in the Emperor's heart. He tore off the towel from his face and threw it to the ground. After taking a few deep breaths, he suppressed his temper and looked at Eunuch Yao. What took so long? Eunuch Yao knelt down and replied in a trembling voice, "The internal court had something important to report earlier, so I was delayed." "Speak." The spies the internal court placed outside the Fan Manor. Speaking of this, Eunuch Yao glanced unconsciously at the young lady of the Fan Manor, who was staring at him in a daze. He then quickly lowered his head. A total of 14 people. They were all killed. The Emperor's face suddenly became as heavy as ice. He slowly sat up straight on the bed and looked at Eunuch Yao without saying a word. Fan Ruoruo, who was sitting to the side, suddenly heard this news. Her face gradually paled. She could not get over it. These 2 days, she had been guarding the royal study by the Emperor's side. She knew that her brother had returned to the capital and the manor. Although the internal court and military had, on the surface, relaxed their suppression of the Fan Manor, they still left countless spies outside the manor responsible for monitoring. Those spies were all dead. What was her brother thinking? Did he not know that the Emperor had him sleep peacefully in the manor, waiting for him to wake up and enter the palace to ask for punishment? Yet, he insisted on killing all of the people the Emperor had sent out. Was he not afraid of angering the Emperor? The frost on the Emperor's face slowly melted. The corners of his lips twitched slightly. He smiled with a glimmer of mockery. Calmly, he said, "Continue to send people over. I have millions of people under heaven. Can he kill them all by himself?" The front doors of the Fan Manor were wide open. Lanterns hung high, illuminating half the street in the south of the city as clearly as if it was daytime. The Duke of Donbua was covered in blood. He walked out from the shadows that the lanterns could not reach. Under the terrified gazes of the people on the street wearing official robes and revealing their identities, he slowly walked to the front door of his home. He sat down on the long bench in front of the Fan Manor's front door and threw the blood-stained sword of the Wei Emperor at his feet. He extended his hand and rubbed it a few times in the basin of hot water a servant brought over. The clear water in the basin immediately turned into blood. Chapter 708. Fan Xian washed his hands seriously. He changed 3 basins of clear water before he was able to wash the blood off his hands. The servants pulled out the blood into the mud beside the stone lions in front of the Fan Manor's front door. No one knew if it would raise some vicious, resentful spirit. The clothes on his body were still covered in blood. He took them off without a care and changed into a fresh outer garment. The sleeves of his clothes fluttered slightly in the early autumn night wind. All of this dramatic scene was completed in front of the Fan Manor's front door. The Jingdo magistrate, Sun Jingshou, who had heard the news and rushed over, the head of the Ministry of Justice, and the internal court eunuchs who had rushed over from the palace all saw everything clearly. Fan Xian's hands, which were exposed outside his sleeves, were still trembling slightly. After all, he had used up too much energy for 6 or 7 days. It was not something that could be recovered with a single sleep. Additionally, under the cover of the night earlier, he had held the sword in his hand and reaped the lives of the people responsible for watching outside the manor like a demon. It was another great loss. It made his face slightly pale. His handsome and slightly pale face, paired with the sword on the ground and the stench of blood all around him, made Fan Xian appear particularly terrifying. He was the current director of the Overwatch Council. He was a killing god in the dark that the Overwatch Council had used 20 years to cultivate. However, people were always blinded by his identity, his title, his power, and his glory. No one would have thought that Fan Xian's most powerful aspect was his ability to kill. Of course, he had not killed all of the spies the palace had sent to watch the Fan Manor. Those who were able to escape before Fan Xian attacked or revealed their identities were only knocked to the ground by him. As for the spies who were particularly close to the Fan Manor, within the confines of an alley, and disguised as various commoners and merchants, they did not have any chance to negotiate or show weakness. They became a wisp of spirit on the edge of the sword in his hand. Waking from that nightmare, Fan Xian's eyes left the cold stimulation of the snowy mountain. The first thing he did was launch a counterattack. However, this counterattack was unavoidably overly bloody and unreasonable. Fan Xian was not a bloodthirsty person. He knew that the spies outside the Fan Manor were all people the emperor and important officials in court had sent. These people did not understand Fan Xian's current state of mind, so he had to be on guard. However, he had to kill. After opening his eyes, his first accurate judgment was that the emperor would certainly reduce his power and strictly control his connections with the Overwatch Council subordinates loyal to him. Although Yan Bingyun, with the help of the royal palace and the suppression of military power, controlled that square and sinister building in name, everyone knew that after Chen Pingping's tragic death in front of the royal palace, this sinister courtyard only had one master left, Fan Xian. As long as Fan Xian was able to re-establish countless ties with the Overwatch Council, then even the emperor would not be able to stop Fan Xian from successfully gathering the power of the Overwatch Council. At least in the short term, the emperor would not allow Fan Xian to have the Overwatch Council's help again. Yi Zhong had led troops to invite Fan Xian back to the capital and had planted so many spies outside the manor. It was clear that the emperor wanted to temporarily put Fan Xian under house arrest in the manor. Fan Xian could not give the emperor time to gradually make arrangements. Once Fan Xian lost contact with the Overwatch Council for too long, the court would gradually break down the internal composition of the Overwatch Council and invite out the officials loyal to Chen Pingping and Fan Xian one by one. Then, they would desperately mix in sand, just like how the Imperial Censorate had mixed sand into the Overwatch Council 2 years ago. Before the Overwatch Council left his control, Fan Xian had to take the initiative, layer by layer, and prepare to have the power that belonged to him return to the darkness and calm, waiting for the time he needed them again. All of this was based on Fan Xian having to contact them, the most loyal Qinian unit. The spies outside the Fan Manor had to die. Fan Xian would not take the risk of carrying out such a dangerous task while someone was following him. Under the suppression of the Emperor's authority, the only way to make the surveillance outside the Fan Manor show a gap was the terror of blood and death. Other than this, there was no other way. Earlier, when a crow from the First Bureau had risked his life to deliver the news into the Fan Manor, it made Fan Xian's heart freeze and his hand that held the sword. 4 Overwatch Council officials had already been hanged in the prison. They were not the heads of the 8 bureaus. It looked like Yan Bingyun was still desperately trying to preserve the Overwatch Council's power. However, he was still unable to protect those 2 officials. Those 4 officials were the ones who had tried to forcefully take action and save the old director when Chen Pingping had been sent to the Overwatch Council's prison. The Emperor would certainly not allow officials who dared to go against his will to exist, so they died cleanly. For Fan Xian, this was a dangerous signal. It was a dangerous signal that the Emperor was beginning to purge the Overwatch Council. Thus, he also took action. He did not use any insignificant power or any subordinates he could use. He only personally stepped over the high threshold of the Fan Manor. Pulling out the cold long sword behind him, he walked through the night and killed 14 people. Lanterns hung high in front of the Fan Manor door. Torches gathered in the long streets in the south of the city, illuminating it as if it were daytime. A few officials looked at the bloody bodies being carried out from the streets. They looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts. Their faces were deathly pale. They didn't know what to say. They had always known that Sir Fan Jr. was a powerful figure who did not act according to common sense. However, they still did not understand why Sir Fan Jr. would risk the Emperor's anger and the danger of being captured and imprisoned to kill so many people in front of so many people. The officials all knew that the corpses piled up in the carriages were all capable spies sent by the palace and their own yamens. Their target was the little Duke of Fan Manor. No wonder he was so angry. Was the follow-up to his anger such a brutal killing? From the internal court to the Overwatch Council to the Ministry of Justice, all of the departments and yamens in the Qin court were probably used to sending out spies to find out the information they needed. The first 2 terrifying existences were even more so. No one knew how many spies they had planted in the manors of the various nobles and officials in Jingdo. The Overwatch Council was an old hand at doing this. It was rumored that the First Bureau had already reached the level of planting spies in the manors of every official in the capital above the 6th level. The matter of spies was not a secret in the officialdom of Jingdo. The officials were all used to this. Even if one day, due to some strange matter, they discovered that there were spies from the palace or the Overwatch Council in their manors, they could only foolishly pretend they didn't know. If they couldn't pretend anymore, they could only treat them well. Then, they would verbally remind them and politely escort them out of the manors and back to their yamens. The officials knew that these spies represented the Emperor's eyes and the might of the court. They had never thought that an official would be like Sir Fan Jr. and coldly and arrogantly kill all of these spies. The Deputy Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice glanced at the embarrassed Sun Jingxiu and said in a low voice, "Sir Sun, you have to ask the little Duke what happened today." Killing people on the street was already a violation of the death penalty in the Qing law. Even though Fan Xian was of high status and had entered the range of the 8 deliberations and could be exempted from the death penalty, it was still difficult to forgive him. Furthermore, the people he had killed were all secretly officials of the court. However, Fan Xian washed his blood-stained hands in the firelight and changed into blood-stained clothes in front of all the officials. His expression was cold and calm. Who dared to go forward and capture him? Among the officials, only the Jingdo magistrate, Sun Jingxiu, was in charge of this matter. Everyone knew that the Sun Manor had a close relationship with the little duke. A few months ago, the little duke had fought with Scholar He of the Hall of Governmental Affairs for the sake of Sun Jingxiu's future. He had fought until Scholar He's face was covered in dirt. Thus, the gazes of all the officials landed on Sun Jingxiu's face. Sun Jingxiu's heart was bitter. He knew what his colleagues were afraid of. However, these days were even more difficult for him. First, something major had happened to the Overwatch Council. In the end, Director Qin had been tragically killed by 1,000 cuts. That day, he had personally seen Sir Fan Jr. ride alone into the execution field. He had been so scared that his entire body had gone cold. He didn't know what kind of role Sir Fan Jr. would play in the court in the future. Would he sink into oblivion or would he be severely punished by the emperor? If Fan Xian fell and lost power, Sun Jingxiu would not have a good end. Thus, he had been waiting in the Jingdo government in terror for the emperor's edict to remove his position. Unexpectedly, before the emperor's edict had arrived, his backer, Sir Fan Jr., had done such a shocking and treasonous thing. He walked with his body bent to the front door of the Fan Manor and bowed deeply to Fan Xian. He then quietly asked a few questions. Fan Xian was sitting tiredly on the long bench. The sword of the Wei Emperor had been thrown at his feet. Seeing Sun Jingxiu come forward, he was not surprised. With a cold expression, he replied. The officials were afraid and did not go forward. They didn't know what exactly the two of them were talking about, so they could only wait patiently. After Sun Jingxiu walked down the stone steps, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice furrowed his brows and said, "What did the Duke say? This is not a small matter. Killing someone on the street, even if it is made to Taichung Temple, there has to be an explanation." The assistant minister did not have the boldness to have the 13 yamens of the Ministry of Justice send people into the Fan Manor to capture people. However, the Qing laws were strict. Seeing this scene, these officials could not pretend they didn't see anything. No one knew what Fan Xian had said to Sun Jingxiu earlier, but the Jingdo magistrate no longer had much fear on his face. With a calm expression, he said, "The Duke said that Jingdo has not been peaceful recently. The Overwatch Council has found that some old women have come into the capital to kidnap children. As you know, there are 2 young masters in the Fan Manor, so Sir Fan Jr. is nervous." Earlier, after eating, he walked around the various streets and alleys outside the manor and saw some eye-catching people. At a glance, he knew they were not decent people, so he asked a few questions. Unexpectedly, those people were so daring to take out a weapon and attack the Duke. Of course, the Duke would not be polite to these scoundrels. After these words came out, the officials in the center sucked in a cold breath. They had seen shameless and ruthless nobles, but they had never seen such a shameless and ruthless noble. 14 lives had been taken just like that. He had also forcefully framed the other party as a suspect of the old woman. This was self-defense and seemed to make sense. However, to say that the little Duke of the Fan Manor had single-handedly gone to ask for the whereabouts of the old woman and ended up being hunted down by 14 people, no one would believe it no matter how they tried to explain it. Naturally, I do not believe it, but I also do not have any evidence. Of course, I can ask the Duke to return to the Yamen for questioning and to record an offering or something. However, it is already late at night. I am not interested. Sun Jingxiu's back suddenly straightened. Gazing at his colleagues beside him, he coldly said, "Sir, the Yamen also has this kind of authority. If you are willing to take over this case, you can do as you please." However, I would like to remind everyone that the people who died were mostly people from the palace. The palace has not spoken, so it is best not to act rashly. This was a huge sentence of nonsense. Everyone knew who had died outside the Fan Manor. This was originally a matter between the Emperor and the Duke. Even if these officials were given a few guts, they would not dare to interfere. However, Fan Xian had gone too far. The matter was about to reach the palace. If these officials did not react first, who knew what the palace would think of them? After Sun Jingxiu said this, he left with the bailiffs of the Jingdou government. He could no longer be bothered with these matters. The simple conversation with Fan Xian earlier had put him at ease. Although the taste of the meatball was not very good, at least the Duke had said that as long as he did not die, the Sun Manor would be fine. Having said this much, Sun Jingxiu had nothing else to complain about. Everything was up to fate. Watching the people of the Jingdou government leave through the front door of the Fan Manor, Fan Xian rose from the long bench and glanced coldly at the officials below the stone steps. Picking up the sword of the Wei Emperor, which everyone viewed as a treasure, from beside his feet, like picking up a mop with water on it, he casually slapped it a few times on the stone lion's head. This action was very much like a shameless and reckless brat, yet, it was done by Sir Fan Jr. The strong contrast made the expressions of the officials change. Entering the manor, a serving girl had long since come forward to hand him a thick robe. Only then did Fan Xian feel his body warm a little. As he tightened his robe, he walked toward the back of the manor and casually asked, "Is the water for the reed roots ready? If it's ready, then quickly send it over." The serving girl made a sound of acknowledgement and went to the kitchen to keep an eye on it. Fan Xian walked alone to the back of the manor and sat by the bed. Facing his wife, Lin Wan, who was sitting at the table, he quietly said, "I killed 14. Tomorrow, perhaps 28 will come. Actually, those are just subordinates of the court. They receive orders from the palace and various departments. Why bother?" A glimmer of pity appeared on Lin Wan's face. "Besides, even if you are unhappy and want to avenge the 2 Overwatch Council subordinates who died in prison, there is no need to vent your anger on those people. You don't understand. The Emperor wants to keep me under house arrest in this manner. He knows that unless he personally leaves the palace to keep an eye on me, even if Yi Zhong comes, it would be impossible to cut off my contact with the outside world." Fan Xian wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He felt that his body was still weak. In a raspy voice, he said, "The Emperor has to attend to many affairs every day. How could he personally keep an eye on me? Thus, he can only cast a large net outside our manor. I have to rip apart this net. Otherwise, I will become a frog in a pot of warm water. When I die, I won't even know how I died." A chilling coldness rose between Fan Xian's brows. "But, you also said that you killed 14 people today. Tomorrow, there could be 28. The Emperor is the master of Qin Kingdom. All the officials and people under heaven are tools in his hands. No matter what, it is impossible to kill them all." Lin Wan looked at him with a worried expression. "Killing too many will naturally cause people to be afraid," Fan Xian said with his head slightly lowered. "Although imperial power is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people and cannot be resisted, the fear of death will presumably cause the spies and officials pulling the net to unconsciously reveal some openings." Hearing these words, the worry on Lin Wan's face did not fade. Her watery eyes were filled with concern and unease toward Fan Xian. In a quiet voice, she said, "If the Emperor wants to subdue you, there are many other ways." Fan Xian's hands rested on either side of his body. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. He then faintly said, "By keeping my sister in the palace, he is forcing me to not leave the capital. If he wants to subdue me, he must lock me up in the royal palace by his side. I don't think the emperor will take this risk. Speaking of this, he raised his head and looked at his wife's worried face. Warmly, he said, Shunning and Liangzi have already left the city. You've done very well in this matter. Otherwise, as parents, we would not be able to do as we please in the capital. Cici and the others should have already reached the manor, but I think there will certainly be news from the palace. Lin Wan sighed and walked to his side. Gently, she leaned her head on his shoulder. I don't care what you want to do. You have to think, my sister is still in the palace, and the two little ones haven't gone far. That's why I need to get in touch with my people. Fan Xian tenderly and gently stroked his wife's slightly thin face. Cici is usually unremarkable, but she is actually a very assertive person who can endure hardship. Ting Zijing is experienced in handling matters. Presumably, he won't let the palace catch the tail. If I can get in touch with the people in the Qinian unit, I will have a way to send them back to Danzhou. As for my sister still in the palace, she should be fine. Fan Xian's voice suddenly became cold. I am directly challenging the emperor's authority because I want to see just how far he wants to go. Are you really not afraid that Uncle the Emperor will punish you severely? Lin Wan sat up straight and looked at him worriedly. She knew very well how cold-blooded and heartless the relative sitting on the throne was. Once he discovered that Fan Xian was no longer the illegitimate child he could control, what kind of response would he make? Lin Wan always thought that Fan Xian's present actions appeared overly aggressive and risky. Any of the emperor's actions have nothing to do with family or feelings. They only have to do with profit, Fan Xian said with his eyes closed. Fan Xian closed his eyes and said, if we acknowledge this benchmark, we can try to analyze it. Perhaps the emperor will be angry, but he will not force me into a desperate situation. Regardless of whether it is the children I plan to send to Danzhou, Ruoruo in the palace, or you. Fan Xian opened his eyes and looked at his wife. Slowly, he said, these are all my bottom lines. If the emperor breaks this bottom line, then he can only force us to completely turn against him early. Lin Wan looked at him with some confusion. Fan Xian said, I never underestimate any of my enemies, but I also never underestimate myself. Regardless of whether the emperor forces me to rebel or kills me, it will only bring him, the Qing court, consequences that he will find difficult to bear and a chaotic situation that will be difficult to clean up. If I die, what will happen to Dongyi? Will Siga Qian's disciples and grand disciples still abide by that unwritten agreement? Although the court has mixed in the 10,000 elite soldiers in the Great Prince's hands, the movements of the Imperial Army 3 years ago have already shown our brother's ability to control troops. He can completely control this powerful army in a short amount of time. If Qin Pingping dies, and I die as well, brother will certainly not listen to me. Even if he doesn't lead the army back to Jingdou, he will at least stay in Dongyi and watch coldly over father in Jingdou. It would be best if the emperor doesn't use Aunt Ning to threaten him. From your description, after the incident in the royal study, Aunt Ning already has the will to die. Given her valiant and hot-blooded personality, if the emperor uses her life to threaten brother to return to the capital, she will probably immediately die in front of the emperor. Yun Jilan is also not an idiot. If I die, he will certainly be able to guess my brother's thoughts. With such a powerful ally for no reason, he will certainly do his best to assist and maintain Dongyi's independent position. If I die, what kind of reaction will Hongqing, who is still in Dingzhou, have? If I die, what kind of upheaval will happen to Jiangnan that I have managed for 5 years? Even if Xia Qifei betrays me, I still have enough ways to throw all of Jiangnan into chaos. Not to mention the Overwatch Council. Presently, the Overwatch Council is maintaining its silence. One reason is the army outside the council. The more important reason is that all of the officials are watching me in secret. They want to know what I want to do. If I also die, the Overwatch Council will fall apart. Look, if the Emperor truly forces me to rebel or directly kills me on the spot, it will bring so much upheaval. A strange smile rose to the corners of Fan Xian's lips. Faintly, he said, how could he bear to? How could he dare? In reality, Fan Xian still had a lot of bargaining chips hidden behind his back that he had not spoken of. There was no need. Secondly, he himself did not have much confidence in the bargaining chips in the north. However, up to this point, the last 4 words he coldly spoke were just that, resolute and full of confidence. Inheriting his mother's legacy, the care of countless elders, the Emperor's favor and trust over these years, and the support of those strange old creatures, whether openly or secretly, Fan Xian finally lived up to everyone's expectations and became the only major figure in this world who could face the powerful Emperor of the Qin Kingdom and not have to retreat. Perhaps no one noticed this usually. Once people focused their gazes here, they would be shocked to discover that the storms in the Qin Kingdom and the world these years had created such an abnormal existence as Fan Xian. I think you still underestimate the Emperor, Lin Wan said quietly after a long silence. Lin Wan was silent for a long time. She then quietly said, perhaps for the sake of the Qin Kingdom, for the sake of the world, he will tolerate your great disrespect. But this is not just because he is afraid of the things you can influence. It includes many other things, perhaps some subtle things. Once he discovers that you truly do not have any affection for him, he will directly erase you. The best way to destroy a person is to destroy his physical body. Lin Wan looked at Fan Xian in a daze. Do you think that if the Emperor could bear to kill you, he would care about Dongyi returning and rebelling? Would he care about Li Hongqing's little power in Dingzhou? Would he care about how much hunger and pain the people of Jiangnan will suffer? If he could bear to kill you, how could he care about anything else in the world? Even if the entire world has turned its back on the Emperor, he still has the courage and power to fight his way out. Furthermore, you can, at most, add a few hard-to-repair scars to his world. Lin Wan gently stroked his haggard and pale face and sighed. Don't think for me, don't think for the child. No matter what you do, think more about yourself. Fan Xian was silent. He had to admit that although he had the deepest understanding of the Emperor in this world, his wife, who had grown up at the Emperor's knee, had a better grasp of emotions, thoughts, and habits. Let's not talk about this. When the reed root soup arrives, you have to drink it while it's hot. Fan Xian forced a smile. These years, Wanner's illness had been very stable. Other than Sir Fei and Fan Xian's medicine, the biggest contributor was the soup made from the reed roots of the North Sea. As the words left his mouth, Fan Xian suddenly thought of the North Sea. He thought of the reed leaves that pricked a person's skin. He thought of the woman he hadn't seen in a long time and hadn't thought of in a long time. He wondered if she was doing well in Shihu. The reason he suddenly thought of Haitang Duo was because after the conversation earlier, Fan Xian had more clearly determined what he should do. Wanner was right. The best way to destroy a person was to destroy his physical body. Fan Xian closed his eyes in silence, thinking about how to melt the snowy mountain that had not melted in 10,000 years. How could he defeat a great grandmaster? Hai Tang. Or 13th Wang. Or himself. Or was it that no one in this world could do it? Fan Xian began to miss Uncle Wu Zhu, but it was not because he missed the metal drill by his side. Rather, it was because when his state of mind darkened, he unconsciously missed his closest family. The next day, the front doors of the Fan Manor opened wide. The spies sent by the internal court once again filled the dark corners of this street in the south of the city. It looked like the emperor in the palace knew what his illegitimate son was thinking and testing. He only sat calmly in the royal study and met the myriad changes by remaining unchanging. He wasted away Fan Xian's time and gradually raised the temperature of the water in the pot. The large piece of firewood shoved under the pot was the emperor's edict that eunuch Dai had sent in the morning. Hearing the familiar Yu Yao's accent, Fan Xian knelt in the main hall in his black official robes. A calm light of everything being within his expectations flashed through his eyes. Chapter 709. The servants and serving girls in the Fan Manor heard this edict clearly. They felt a bolt of lightning strike down mercilessly and cruelly. It struck until the entire Fan Manor began to tremble and sway. The faces of the people kneeling outside the hall paled. Their hearts were shocked. They felt unease and fear for their young master. Not only them, but all of the officials and people in Jingdo knew exactly what the foundation of Sir Fan Jr.'s power was. The emperor's order to remove his position was to cut off Sir Fan Jr.'s roots. Fan Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, heard this edict. The expression on his face remained calm and did not reveal any shock or sorrow. All of this was within his expectations. Just as he had thought and deduced after tossing and turning in bed these 2 days, the emperor would try to gradually whittle away the layers of power and defense around Fan Xian's body during this time. Come to think of it, ever since he had met Wang Qinian on the road back to the capital from Dongyi, Fan Xian had done countless treasonous things in the short 10 days. The roaring shadow cavalry traversing between provinces and counties was already a great taboo. Moreover, 500 shadow cavalry had charged through more than 10 passes, which was an even greater crime in the court. Additionally, when Fan Xian charged into Jingdo, he had killed the commander of Jingyang Gate and stabbed a number of warriors on the execution field to death in front of the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Each was a crime that could not be forgiven in Qing law. Even if he was Fan Xian, he still had to pay the price for this matter. The emperor not having him imprisoned was already benevolent enough. However, such benevolence could not quell the discussion and pressure among the people and officialdom. This edict removing Fan Xian from his position as director could be considered a preliminary explanation to the world and a channel for the emperor to vent his anger. As for what other edicts the palace would send out and what attacks and losses Fan Xian would suffer, that would depend on Fan Xian's response, as well as the rumors in officialdom and among the people. Fan Xian stood somewhat woodenly and accepted the imperial edict from eunuch Dai's hands. Very casually, he handed it to an official behind him to arrange. He did not read it carefully at all because the crimes written on the imperial edict were very real. He was not prepared to fight any lawsuits with the palace in these areas. Have a cup of tea before you leave. Fan Xian looked at eunuch Dai warmly. It was difficult for eunuch Dai to suppress the awkwardness and unease on his face. His rise and fall in the palace these years was actually all because of the young noble in front of him. Now, he had come to the Fan Manor to announce this edict. Eunuch Dai did not feel good in his heart. Your servant has to return to the palace. Eunuch Dai glanced at Fan Xian with an uneasy gaze. In a slightly trembling voice, he said, "The emperor is only momentarily angry. He will be fine in a few days." Fan Xian knew why he would show such an expression. He smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't think too much. Since the emperor has allowed you to take up the important task of announcing edicts again, presumably he trusts you. Eunuch Dai bowed respectfully and was about to leave when he heard Fan Xian's low voice ring in his ear. Is Ruoruo doing well in the palace? It was a great taboo for eunuchs and officials to privately pass messages. However, after eunuch Dai thought for a moment, he did not hesitate at all. Lowering his voice, he said, Miss Fan is doing very well. She often listens to discussions in the royal study. The emperor treats her very well. There is no need for you to worry. The entire Fan Manor was actually a true member of the Li royal family. Additionally, Fan Xian had shown eunuch Dai kindness and authority, so the eunuch did not care about these taboos. Lowering his voice, he spoke of Fan Ruoro's situation in the palace these 2 days. Fan Xian raised his brows slightly in surprise. He could not guess the emperor's thoughts, nor did he understand why his sister could appear so aloof in the palace. She did not seem like a hostage at all. After the matter of welcoming the edict was finished, Fan Xian turned to the back of the main hall. Looking at his wife, who had been listening quietly in the back, he quietly said, "Today is the first wave. I have many duties on me. If the emperor wants to peel them layer by layer, it will take some time." Lin Wanner glanced at him and gently bit her lower lip. She said, "If you do not have a proper name, then your words will not be justified. Although the position of director is currently empty, and the emperor is presumably waiting for you to enter the palace to beg for forgiveness, he will still bestow this position to you in a few days. But, in the end, the emperor's power is boundless. Without the position of director, if you want to gather the power of the council in these days, there will probably be some obstacles. The emperor also knows this. That is why his first move was to remove the position in the council." Fan Xian sat down and said in a low voice, "At least for now, he still does not want the court to become chaotic, so he is slowly peeling it away and waiting for me to naturally admit my guilt and lower my head." However, after all these years, the Overwatch Council has always been under the old cripple's control. The Emperor still does not understand the workings within. Even if there are many people in the Overwatch Council who fear royal power, in the end, there are even more people who do not recognize the edict and only recognize the legacy of the council. Being under house arrest and being killed are both difficult problems to solve, Fan Xian said. The Emperor wants the entire world, including myself, to slowly get used to the days of me losing power. That way, it will be much easier to torment me, so I have to hurry. Lin Wanner furrowed her brows. She still did not understand. Even if Fan Xian could tear apart the large net outside the manor and make contact with the members of the Chinian unit, what problem could he solve with just one meeting? My subordinates are a group of extraordinary people, Fan Xian saw the confusion in her heart and calmly said. Furthermore, they can help me, who is under house arrest, contact a group of even more incredible people. If Fan Xian forcefully broke through the surveillance network outside the manor, given his present cultivation, it would not be a difficult matter. Just as he said last night, unless the Emperor personally came, it would be difficult to find many people in the Qin kingdom who could follow him. However, he had to consider the safety of his subordinates and his collaborators who were not in Jingdo. Thus, he could not give the palace any opportunity to follow him and clean out his true foundation. Although the position of director of the Overwatch Council had been taken away, it could not stop Fan Xian from regaining control of the Overwatch Council through the officials loyal to him and Chen Pingping. If the court truly used Fan Xian as a line to catch all the people he had hidden behind the scenes, it would be much more difficult for Fan Xian to make contact with those powers far from the court. Thus, Fan Xian's actions were very careful. His carefulness was displayed for the world to see, but it was an unreasonable and particularly bloody decision to kill. Not long after the Emperor's order to remove Fan Xian from his position as director of the Overwatch Council spread throughout Jingdo, news of Sir Fan Jr. once again attacking the large network of spies outside the Fan Manor came. That day, over 20 people died outside the Fan Manor. The next day, the palace issued an edict stripping Fan Xian of his position as the head of the Palace Treasury Transport Company. It formally stripped the Palace Treasury treasure that the Qin Kingdom relied on as the foundation of its national power out of Fan Xian's control. That night, Fan Xian struck again and swept through the people in the well-shaped streets around the Fan Manor. On the third day, the palace issued an edict. Fan Xian was severely reprimanded. His position as a first-rank duke was directly taken away. 7 days later, all of the positions on the body of the Qin kingdom's most dazzling young powerful official were mercilessly taken away. Thinking back to Jiangnan, when the dragon raised its head, the young imperial envoy who stepped off the boat had a long string of prefixes. Now, not a single one remained. From that day onwards, Fan Xian returned to being a commoner. He was even worse than the scholars who went to the capital to take the exams. He had no official position, no nominal authority, and no salary. The position in the Board of Rites that he had once held during the spring examination was also remembered by the palace. Taichung Temple's noble official position had also been taken away. The only thing Fan Xian had left was the position of a teacher in the Imperial College. It had also been demoted 3 ranks. For some reason, the emperor did not take away this position as well. During these 7 days, the royal palace and the Fan Manor were like a conveyor belt, carrying the emperor's calm and cold edicts and chilling edicts. With each edict, the light on Fan Xian's body grew a layer dimmer. The gazes of the Jingdo officials and commoners were all focused on the road in front of the Fan Manor. After that day on the execution field in the autumn rain, they all knew that this road would be very busy. However, they had not thought that it would be so busy. No one had thought that the emperor's punishment for the little duke would be so thorough and severe. No one had thought that Fan Xian would be so stiff as to resist for 7 days and still not enter the palace to beg for forgiveness. Everyone was looking at the Fan Manor, waiting to see which direction this cold war between the emperor and his illegitimate child would go. Would the emperor, in his anger, simply arrest Fan Xian and throw him into prison, or would Fan Xian be unable to resist the edicts and finally admit defeat? Even though Fan Xian was a commoner, the Jingdo people were still used to calling him Sir Fan Jr. in their leisurely conversations after meals. The officials hiding in their manors and nervously watching the development of this matter were still used to calling him Little Duke. They all knew that even though Fan Xian had been reduced to a commoner by the emperor, as long as he did not die or go into prison, he could still become a major figure at any time, second only to 1 and above tens of thousands. No one dared to underestimate Fan Xian's existence. Contrary to the expectations of many officials, Fan Xian had clearly broken countless Qing laws, disregarded the court, and killed so many people. However, in the discussions among the people, there were still not many unfavorable comments about Fan Xian. In this battle between the emperor and Fan Xian, for the first time, the Qing kingdom had a strange situation where public opinion was not completely in the palace. Perhaps it was because although Fan Xian had killed people outside the Fan Manor, he had not done it in an exaggerated manner. Other than the first and second days, his murderous aura had been greatly restrained. Furthermore, the people he had killed were all spies sent by the palace. What did it have to do with the common people? Perhaps it was because many Jingdo people had once seen Fan Xian's haggard appearance as he held Chen Pingping's body in the autumn rain. Unconsciously, they felt some sympathy for him. Human emotions had always been strange. One moment, they might be cheering. The next moment, they might begin to silently reminisce. Throughout the ages, on countless execution fields and in the face of countless deaths, such developments had occurred before. The reason why Fan Xian, a commoner, still had the support and discussion of so many people was because of his actions these years. Those glorious old things did not need to be brought up one by one to calculate their power. There was also no need to consider how much Chen Pingping had used the 8th Bureau of the Overwatch Council to do for Fan Xian. The reality was as such. Ever since the emperor, who had led the Qing Iron Riders to destroy the rivers and mountains of the old dynasty and forcefully opened up countless territories, the only person in the Qing kingdom who could be called an idol was probably Fan Xian alone. If it was in Jiangnan, perhaps Fan Xian would be able to obtain even more support from the people. After all, he had operated there for the longest. Furthermore, the Hangzhou conference that Lin Wanner managed had spared no expense in comforting the people. It had long replaced the Ming family and become the most glorious name in the hearts of the poor people and scholars in Jiangnan. After all, in Jingdou, even if the people at the root of the royal palace leaned toward Fan Xian, they could not do anything. When all was said and done, this battle was, in the end, a battle between Fan Xian and the emperor, just like the battle in the royal study. 7 days later, everything had yet to be settled. The world was not peaceful. Outside the Fan Manor, there were still gusts of autumn wind and occasional drizzle. Under Fan Xian's godlike purge, the spies sent by the internal court had no choice but to pull the large net outward. The might of imperial power was, without question, supreme. The fear of death was also supreme. Under such a pincer attack, the internal court surveillance would, without question, reveal flaws. Fan Xian stood coldly at the door of the manor and calmly looked at the movements around him. He thought of Wanner's words that day. A strange emotion flashed through his eyes. If the emperor wanted to deal with Fan Xian's shedding of all pretenses of cordiality, he actually had many other ways. Why didn't he use them? Were the spies of the internal court moving outside because they were forced by his shrewish methods, or had the emperor secretly given some edict? Those spies could not be killed. Fan Xian didn't understand, and he didn't want to understand. Perhaps the man in the palace still had some warmth toward him and some hope, but he didn't want this warmth and hope to shake his heart again, the heart that had long cooled in the autumn rain. He turned and entered the Fan Manor. Not long after, a vegetable carriage also turned into a side alley beside the Fan Manor and entered a corner door. Outside the corner door, the carriage underwent the strictest inspection. Even the inner layer of each cabbage and root of each radish were not spared. The people responsible for these inspections were all officials who had revealed their identities. They were different from the internal court spies scattered around the Fan Manor. Fan Xian did not make things difficult for them. If he wanted to escape the restraints of house arrest, the ones he needed to be careful of were the spies and not these officials. There was nothing strange about the vegetable carriage. The official waved his hand and allowed the carriage to enter the Fan Manor. Not far after entering the corner door was the Fan Manor's main kitchen. Servants came forward to move the vegetables and fruits from the carriage. The edict from the palace was clear. It was impossible for anyone in the Fan Manor to leave. It was also difficult for outsiders to enter. Even though this carriage had been directly sent by the Dengshi Vegetable Inspection Bureau, it had been under the court's surveillance from the very beginning. It was not afraid of what the Fan Manor or the restless Overwatch Council officials wanted to do. The driver of the carriage quietly brushed past the kitchen and walked to the back garden while no one was paying attention. Then, with the help of an old Fan Manor servant, he entered a quiet study. When the driver entered the study, he saw that other than Fan Xian, there was another woman. He immediately guessed that it was the director's wife. After a slight pause, he took off his straw hat, knelt down, and bowed. "Greetings, Director." After the driver took off his straw hat, Lin Wan covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "It's so alike." The driver felt slightly awkward but didn't say anything. Standing, he said straightforwardly, "The guards outside the manor have been tight these days, so no one has made any unusual movements. This is a capable member of the Qinian unit. Back in the day, he helped me greatly in northern Qi," Fan Xian explained warmly to his wife. This Overwatch Council official, who looked very much like him, had been hidden in the Qinian unit. However, even he had not thought that after being locked down for 7 days, the person from the Qinian unit who risked entering the manor to make contact with him would be this person. It's best if there are no unusual movements. Nothing is more important than one's own life, Fan Xian said warmly to his wife. This was a creed he had always endlessly instilled into the people around him, even his most loyal subordinates. Nothing was more important than one's own life. Wang Qinian did this, and so did Gao De. The net outside has loosened a bit. I am going out today, Fan Xian said quietly with his head slightly lowered. Sir, this is too risky, the official said seriously. The official said seriously. He thought that since he had taken the risk to enter the manor, he could pass on the message himself. No. Fan Xian shook his head. Those words were too important. He had to personally deliver them to each person's ears. The slightest mistake could cause great trouble. He suddenly thought that if Wang Qinian was by his side at this moment, everything would be much easier to resolve. Given Wang Qinian's abilities, sneaking into the Fan Manor under the watchful eyes of spies would probably not be a difficult matter. The vegetable delivery carriage belongs to the produce inspectorate. How did you get in? Fan Xian suddenly thought of this problem. His gaze narrowed slightly with some worry. Dai Zhen returned to the produce inspectorate, the official replied with a smile. Fan Xian also smiled. Eunuch Dai had once again become the head eunuch in charge of announcing edicts. Following that, his nephew also returned to his position in the Produce Inspection Bureau. Given how the Overwatch Council had dealt with the Dai family back then, it was easy to leave some loose ends. Now, it was used. The autumn sky above Jingdo was clear and distant. Rain spilled down from the leaden hanging clouds, making the surrounding scenery blurry but moving. The Fan Manor and the Royal Palace had fought for 7 consecutive days, particularly Sir Fan Jr.'s merciless sweep of spies outside the manor. In the end, it had chilled the hearts of most of the spies in the internal court. They felt that their colleagues had all died for nothing. It looked like the emperor in the palace would never actually throw his illegitimate son into prison to avenge these colleagues. Thus, the net outside Fan Manor had unknowingly loosened, leaving some loopholes that could be used. The seemingly unproblematic carriage of the produce inspectorate had crawled out of these loopholes. In a secluded area in Jingdo, the houses and alleys were simple and crude. There were no deep gardens or large mansions of any large family. A small courtyard sat quietly at the end of one of the alleys. The sound of selling vegetables in the alleys outside could be heard clearly here. However, it had already been a number of years. No one knew what this small courtyard represented. Fan Xian wiped away the powder and rouge disguise on his face in the slight autumn rain. In a flash, he floated into the small courtyard. He saw many familiar faces. Looking at the pleasant surprise and the sadness after the pleasant surprise, Fan Xian's heart was slightly moved. However, he did not show anything on his face. This was the Qinian unit's most secret base. The Overwatch Council officials here were Fan Xian's long loyal subordinates. When the rumors in Jingdo changed, particularly when there were some subtle signs within the Overwatch Council, these members of the Qinian unit silently and quietly left their posts. Through different paths, they returned to this small courtyard and waited for Fan Xian's summons. Many years ago, when the Qinian unit only had Fan Xian and Wang Qinian, one old and one young, Wang Qinian had spent a small amount of silver to buy this courtyard. These members of the Qinian unit were like Fan Xian's eyes and arms. Fan Xian was going to mobilize the power that was close to him scattered throughout the world. He had to pass his will through these loyal eyes and arms. This was the reason why he had spent so much effort to come here personally. Chapter 7:10. Yesterday, I said that I had recently sunk into a state of panic. I wanted to find a day to sort it out and prepare. Today was the winter solstice, so I chose today to have a meal, recuperate, and think about the rest of the story. The reason why I wanted to pull my hair out was probably because the story had been too tormented since the beginning of the month. I laughed foolishly. At the beginning of the month, I said that the year of Qingyu was coming to an end. It looked like the last few dozen chapters were written like crazy. I had indeed written like crazy for the past 20 days, much crazier than I had in the past year or so. Not only did I write more every day, but more importantly, I wrote impudently. I didn't know what word to use to describe this, but it was actually a kind of state. It's good to write based on one's emotions, but when one's emotions are vented and one becomes depressed. Yeah, it's the same for me. I'll feel happy, angry, sad, and happy when I read the story. My brain will become like glue. In any case, this wasn't the first time. Whether it was Ingxiu roast chicken or the year of Qingyu, as long as I was making up a story, I would always climb and fall on the same wavelength. I think everyone was like me. I didn't expect to slide on top of the waves forever and never fall. Everyone, please give me a day or two to recuperate. Let me concentrate and write properly. I want to do my best to complete this story that has accompanied us for a year and a half, and has been enduring for a year and a half, into something that can still be read. Although this was actually just my job, I wouldn't be pretentious to say that this was a job that I liked. Moreover, I would only write stories that I liked, so I treasured and valued it. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.